Good morning. Welcome to the official opening session of the Tenerife Global Summit 2024. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Congress Chairs Tom Baum, a professor of tourism employment at the University of Strathclyde, and Eduardo Parra, a professor of business administration and tourism at the Universidad de La Laguna. Tom, Eduardo, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Rector Francisco Garcia, Natalia Bayona, Executive Director of UN Tourism, Jessica de León Verdugo, Minister of Tourism and Employment of the Government of Canary Islands, Lope Afonso, Vice President of Tourism Council of Tenerife, Jorge Marichal, President of SEAT and Azotel in Spain, Estefania Diaz, Councillor for Tourism of Town Hall of La Laguna. Thank you all to coming to this open ceremony of the third Global Summit of Tourism State of the Art. Tom, thank you to coming to Tenerife. Agustin is there, and Francisco also is there, our chair. Dear friends, colleagues, academia, professionals, welcome to University of La Laguna. In 1994, competitive and quality were the binomial which we work. The World Tourism Association in the summit in Seoul and Osaka adopted the Declaration of Peace and Tourism and the Osaka Declaration of the New Millennium. And at the same time, the World Tourism Academy met the first time in Glasgow, 1994, to discuss the challenge facing the industry in the first tourism state of the art. The conference was called to celebrate the 50th anniversary foundation of the Scottish Hotel School. In that year, in the context of strong growth and expansion, it was necessary to debate and reflect on the challenge on the industry, impact, contribution to economic and social benefit. At this note, to have a negative impact on our society destination. There was already talk of tourism that respect nature and culture, which economic and social strength to communities where it was developing guaranteed the integrity of their resources for the future. In 2004, I had the opportunity to be there in the second state of the art, in Glasgow. The World Tourism Academic met again in Glasgow with more than 200 attended, and elements what were going to pay the new 20 years, were identified patterns such as waste management, biodiversity loss, increased renewable energy, sustainable mobility, travel patterns, public and private investment to generate and integrate innovation. The Global Summit, third edition, the State of the Art, gives us the opportunity to take of what has been achieved and draw a roadmap for the future in the next 10 years. It's important for all of the academia, for professionals, for all people that's working in tourism, to recognize and the industry that contribute to sustainable development, having demonstrated that the sustainable tourism is possible and better. What are the factors that allow to us involve toward a new area of tourism in the next decade and angular and differential models? Tourism State of the Art third edition presents 6 proposals and topics for debate. In the following ahead 3 days, we are going to debate in terms of collaboration and intelligence in tourism, governance, new leadership and sustainable and inclusive tourism growth, labor market and competitive transformation of destination, tourist area, environmental responsibility and ecological transition, digital transformation and digitalization of tourism, and also, especially personal island, La Palma Island. La Palma will be here to discuss the future of tourism after the volcano. These key topics with enormous complexity and dynamics that require application and greater effort between all. In other words, it's the people who will drive change and who have the power and to transform and move from word to action. Tourism, the State of the Art third edition, a global conference that we have the honor of representing together Professor Tom Baum, Professor Agustin Santana, Professor Francisco Calero. We have the same vision of tourism that provide economic and social wealth, that contribute to the create jobs, training, and knowledge, and that put the community at the center of the tourism development, that promote a tourism model that does not suffocate but values resource as source of life of our planet. Here in Tenerife, together with the University of Strathclyde, Tourism of Tenerife, in collaboration with the UN Tourism, were we committed to making all of above possible. I don't want to let go and the highlight as the eyeliner, as Canarian, the extraordinary of our Canarian land for diversity, landscape, coast, gastronomy, extraordinary people, hospitality. The Canary Islands are opening up to the world of tourism, probably displaying that unique tradition, culture, and resource. Let me a personal reference, because in 1994, I was not in Glasgow, where the first edition. Nor I didn't consider studying the tourism when I finished my degree. After a few years, and approached the world of tourism and research in tourism through my PhD in Scotland, in Strathclyde, friend asked me to go to Strathclyde because people there is one of the most important schools in the world in terms of tourism research. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, all of your staff, because the opportunity to move the state-of-the-art to Tenerife. I wanted to promote and support of the work for alternative tourism in the following 3 days here in Canary Island. But before to close, I want to say all of the partnership that's working here, because all of they are giving the possibility to have a wonderful, conference. To the faculty and all of the staff of the faculty, thank you very much to collaborate in this event. All of the people that's working, my staff here, thank you very much to collaborate. And all of the people that here, academic, students, thank you very much for coming here, and welcome to the University of La Laguna, your house, in the following 3 days. Thank you for coming.
I don't want to add much more. Eduardo has said very eloquently, or told the story of this conference. I'm very proud that the brand Tourism State of the Art has been adopted by University La Laguna and taken forward with such passion and enthusiasm by Eduardo and all the colleagues from the university, from the wider tourism community here in Tenerife. And it's really exciting for me to see the revival of this. I well remember when Eduardo first joined us in Scotland, he was seen as being somewhat different. We don't get many rugby-playing Spanish colleagues coming with such passion and enthusiasm. And he was very much the person who just went and knocked on doors and talked to people, even if he hadn't arranged it in advance. He just was always looking for ideas, looking for information, looking for new ways of looking at tourism. And I think thinking back over the sort of the 30, 40 years that we've been involved with this idea of reviewing tourism and the state of the art, one's always struck by what has changed and what hasn't changed. And much on the surface is very much the same as when we were discussing these issues in the earlier editions of the conference. But at the same time, so much has changed as well. Obviously, and we're going to learn quite a lot about that during the conference. I think as an academic, and speaking to the academic colleagues here, I think as tourism academics, we've become much more critical. We've been much more willing to challenge a lot of the wisdoms which perhaps we took for granted and we accepted from government, from other stakeholders 30 years ago. And I think that's really healthy. If we are to take tourism forward in a positive way, we always need to ask the questions why, what, how, in a positive and constructive way. And I think we've started to do that. And looking at the program for the conference here, I think that's an underlying theme of a lot of the presentations and a lot of the conversations we've had. So thank you very much for joining us in this joint effort. It's not really a joint effort, it's really Eduardo and his colleagues, but I'm grateful to be included in the message there. So thank you for joining us, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing a lot of inspiring contributions over the next 3 days.
Many thanks, colleagues. And now let me give the floor to the President of the Spanish Confederation of Hotels and Tourism Accommodation and President of Ashotel, Jorge Marichal.
Señor rector, muy buenos días. Natalia, Jessica, López, resto de compañeros, también, por supuesto, muchísimas gracias por darnos la oportunidad a los hoteleros
So
de
much
estar
for
aquí hoy.
giving us hotel industry the opportunity to be with you today. Very necessary that we do also partake in this event. Thank you to organizers. Thank you also to the Island Council of Tenerife. Thank you. At As Hotel, we have a maxim that we always respect. Tourism must be sustainable or it will not exist anymore. This has always been the case. I have a list here, but we do have a sustainability strategy. We have 7 pillars on which we base this, but I would like to give you a brief overview on what we see as most important. Obviously, you can take a look at all this on our website. Quite simply, we want to begin by protecting excellence in our industry. We will talk about this, regenerative tourism, the circular economy. We're also working with clients and customers on digitalization, digital sustainability, and also key goals in tourism. This is something that we've spoken a lot about with the Island Council. Particularly, we are looking at about the taxes and the charges to be environmental, combating climate change, creating synergies in the field of the environment, and also we want to continue working. We spoke about this on the island of Palma. We must be able to think about the environment and how important it is. And we also have to involve academia as well in all that we do. So we have many challenges under our sustainability strategy, and we will continue to focus on these. But also, while we're here today, I would like to seize this opportunity to talk about a phenomenon that we also have to take into account, particularly here in the academic sector. And the fact that we have so many people from across the world, we need to continue to light our way forward, but through sustainability. As I say, there's always been sustainability in tourism, but we have seen that we have certain legs that need to make the table stand up. Back in the 1970s, sustainability is based on economic issues, particularly looking here in the Canary Islands when tourism took off back in the 70s. We began with a poorer economy based on agriculture and also very sparse populations. And therefore, back in those days, the environment and social issues were less important because the first priority was to fill our bellies, no, by making money off our land. But we're going back only 60, 70 years, no, if we think about the history of the societies of the Canary Islands. And then we began to once we had the tourism industry, once we managed to build better houses and better hotels, and our industry began to grow, we began to look at the environment, and this was essentially pushed by guests from the north of Europe who had environmental demands. And in fact, we are introducing measures, and the corporation that I represent have focused on sustainability, environmental sustainability above all, hotels above all, because hotels have roots, they have foundations. You cannot move the hotels from one place to another. So therefore, we are the very first who are concerned about the long-term sustainability of our hotels. And I will try and be brief, but the next pillar that we need to base our work on, and particularly after the COVID pandemic, is this social aspect of sustainability. We have seen many changes here in the Canary Islands, in Spain, and the rest of the world. And the fact is right now that we need to manage our success because we are the victims of our success. We are suffering from the fact that we have done things far too well. After COVID, tourism has become a lever for the global recovery of our economies. And therefore, we need to be able to manage this responsibly. And we therefore need to look aside to the politics to politicians, and to academia, because they're going to have to support us. Like I say, we need to light the way forward, but we need to do so basing our work on data, on knowledge. We need to overcome political differences. We do have politicians beside us, but we vote them in every 4 years. But at the university, we have to be objective. We have to think about how we can fix our problems, because I think that the academic sector is going to provide us with the foundations of knowledge that are going to help us to move forward. We need to have these goals. In the islands, we cannot continue business as usual, because we're seeing that there have been huge demonstrations. People are protesting about the problems of tourism. We have problems that we have to deal with. And we also have to take into account that populations around tourism have grown so much that our infrastructures are not equipped to deal with them. So we have problems with holiday rentals, we have many other hotels, but certainly in the hotel sector, whom I represent, we need to work on the problems. We have a chair at the University of La Laguna. We sponsor this chair on tourism. Therefore, we do understand that we have to focus on the problems that we face today, but all of us have to jointly work together towards this commitment to create a better tourism, a tourism that works with society. Because, like I said, tourism will be sustainable or it will not exist. And for Tenerife and the Canary Islands, tourism will be here or the islands will no longer have a future. And this is what we need to focus on. Thank you. Chancellor, we have. I will try and speak a bit slower.
Speak is the tourism counselor of our host city, San Cristóbal de la Laguna, Estefanía Díaz.
Muy buenos días a todos, queridos asistentes, queridos
Good morning,
ponentes.
everybody. Attendees,
Muy buenos días a todos. Es para mí, pues,
organizers, thank you to everybody. It is an honor for me to give you a very warm welcome to the Global Summit Tenerife 2024, which will be held in the historical town of La Laguna in our prestigious university. Today, we come together in a setting full of history and culture. This is the only city in the Canary Islands that has been recognized by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. This therefore provides us with an inspiring framework, but also it will guarantee excellence and innovation. Throughout this event, we will be able to share knowledge, to debate on ideas, and to build partnerships that will enable us to overcome global problems with sustainable and innovative solutions. I'm sure that the solutions that we dream up here will help us across the board and will help us to advance as a society. I'd also like to give my sincere thanks to all of the attendees, to the speakers, to the organizers who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. Their dedication and their effort are essential to the success of Tenerife 2024 Global Tourism Summit. I would like to build on the work that you do so that we can work together. And I hope that you will also be able to enjoy the hospitality offered to you by our island. I said I would be brief, and I have been. Thank you so much.
Now I give the floor to Vice President of the Tenerife Island Council and Councillor of Tourism, Lope Afonso.
Muchas gracias, querido rector, querida Natalia, querida Jessica,
So much, Chancellor Natalia, Jessica, Stefania, Jorge, Eduardo, and Tom, members of the university community with us today, members of the Congress and media. Good morning and welcome to Tenerife. I would also like to deliver brief remarks, and I would like to begin by thanking you for choosing this venue for the third Tourism Global Summit State of the Art. In fact, this is being organized 20 years after the last edition. 20 years, as Gardel said in his tango, that 20 years is nothing. But certainly, much has changed in those 20 years. We have seen a phenomenon called the democratization of tourism. Tourism has quite simply exploded in recent years, but this has also placed Tenerife at the center of global tourism. Businesses, scientists, academics, all of you are working together. And what we have done here in Tenerife is we have become more competitive. We have helped to build the wealth of our region, but also we have to overcome new challenges. Because of these challenges, we must think about the state of the art and the future of tourism, taking society into account and also taking local residents into account. Tenerife is one of the leading destinations and is one of the first smart destinations. We have various different certifications that also guarantee environmental commitments. But we cannot rest upon our laurels. Awareness has grown, and therefore, because of this and because of the many challenges, we have to show responsible leadership. Therefore, as part of this equation, everybody has to participate, all stakeholders. We need to think about how we can move together. Jorge spoke about the fact that tourism must be sustainable or it will no longer exist. And in fact, the source of inspiration will be provided here. The conclusions of your work will help us to come up with solutions that are going to enable us to do better, to be more responsible when we change the way in which we grow as an industry, the way that we organize tourism, the way that we share the benefits of tourism among local societies, because these benefits have to be properly channeled into guaranteeing the future of our region. We are an island region and are therefore very vulnerable. And therefore, it is time for us to think about the need of sustainability. We need to be able to continue to use resources, but responsibly, sustainably, in a way that we'll be able to hand them over to the coming generations. We therefore need to think about universal accessibility, about involving everybody, about our economy, and particularly about the blue tourism economy, because these are aspects that we must put on the table if we're going to be able to approach the future of tourism together. And finally, I'd like to say that this event is possible thanks to the University of La Laguna, and also thanks to the wonderful cooperation of the University of Strathclyde in Glasgow. And also thanks to all of those stakeholders that have supported us, UN Tourism, the institutions, the Canary Islands businesses, companies from across the tourism industry. All of you have made it possible for us to organize such interesting panel debates. And to conclude, I would like to thank Turismo de Tenerife. I'd like to thank all of your staff. Thank you, because it is your conviction and your belief that is going to enable our island region to be able to transition towards a future with the seal of professionalism that we all need. And I will conclude there. I hope that you have an enjoyable time here. I hope that it is fruitful, and I hope that you leave Tenerife and that you leave Tenerife Global Tourism Summit bearing the standards, and that this will be a spearhead for a greater future for tourism.
Now it is the turn of the Councillor for Tourism and Employment of the Canary Island Government, Jessica de León.
Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Quería en primer lugar dar las gracias a la Universidad de La Laguna por una vez más acogernos en su casa y
Leaving us, also to the Island Council of Tenerife, to Lope Afonso, and of course to the University of Strathclyde, Glasgow. Thank you for providing the momentum for this very important event on the greatest of industries for the Canary Islands tourism. Thank you also to the Tourism Councillor of La Laguna. Thanks to Tom Baum, Francisco Peñate, Jorge Marichal. I'd also like to give a particularly warm welcome to Natalia Bayona, the Executive Director of the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Also, thanks to you, to the general public, to academics, welcome to this event. Over the coming days, we are going to think deeply about the challenges of tourism. We need to be leaders in the changes that society needs, but the changes that the future requires. We need innovation, we need environmental and sustainability, social responsibility. These are the pillars on which we will base tourism now and into the future. But we're not talking about hollow words. We must fill these words with content. At the Tenerife World Summit, the slogan that we have chosen means that we have to think about tourism, particularly here in our region, because tourism is the driver of our economy and therefore the driver of social well-being. Therefore, if we think about this slogan, we need to think about the future thinking now. And this is perfectly in step with the policies of the Regional Ministry of Tourism and Employment. I have the manager, Jose Juan of Prometur, who is working alongside us to make this policy work. Short-termism must end. In fact, I think now that short-term thinking is coming to an end because the mentality of tourists has changed. Therefore, we now have to be competitive and sustainable in all that we offer. It is something that we must think more about now than ever. The regional director of sustainability and land planning said that we need to introduce monumental thinking. In fact, architects who worked on cathedrals for many years fully understood that they were not going to finish building cathedrals in their lifetimes, but then masons would come afterwards and they would continue the building of those cathedrals. Therefore, we need cathedral-like thinking. We need to build knowledge now so that we can build a future in which society, the economy, the business sector can work hand in glove. I'd also like to give thanks to the president of Us Hotel because I don't think that the hotel industry is on the margins of this Congress. I think that they are on the front line and they must continue to be on the front line because, quite simply, these are the people that are going to be managing tourism. And also, if we look at politicians, politicians do not know everything. We politicians have a great deal to learn, and we're going to be able to learn from those that have the knowledge of how we're going to be able to create a tourism that works for the future of tourism. Therefore, I'd like to give thanks to the president of the Island Council of La Palma, who is with us today. Now, at the Regional Ministry of Tourism, we're very aware of the challenges, and for this, we have signed with the University of La Laguna and the University of Las Palmas a memorandum of understanding to set up a chair of tourism for the Canary Islands based on sustainability and data intelligence so that the scientific community can contribute to knowledge and that they will then be decisive in decision making so that we can then adjust our tourism policies in a way that works. We have set up a tourism observatory in the Canary Islands, and this will be an essential tool in decision making now and into the future. In fact, we have a study on sustainable tourism in the Canary Islands. The University of Laguna contributed to this, and this study was used in the creation of the Canary Islands law on holiday rentals. We are working alongside 42 other members in the world that are all part of the INSTO network of the UNWTO, through which we're going to see the development of key areas for sustainability in tourism. Now, this word, sustainability, is one of the words that will probably most be heard over the next 3 days. And I would like to seize on this for you to think about the reality of this word. We need to be able to think about a future that works not only from an environmental point of view, which is necessary, but also from the social and economic sides, the three pillars of sustainability that Jorge Marichal spoke about earlier. Now, again, I will repeat that phrase, Canary Islands will be sustainable or tourism will no longer exist. Therefore, we need to be able to work hand in hand with business, with academia, so that tourism will create wealth and that it involves local communities. And we also have to commit to innovation and training, capacity building, so that we can diversify the industry of tourism. And finally, we need to think about policy. We need to manage the public good. And at the center of this must be citizens or local residents in the Canary Islands. Therefore, we need to have environmental policies that work, because this is the only option that we have in order to be able to maintain the quality of tourism, but also the quality of life of local residents. This is something that we understand in the tourism industry in the Canary Islands, and therefore we have a commitment to carbon neutrality. We also have an accelerator to build on decarbonization. We are the only region in the whole of Spain that has a climate action plan through which we can measure emissions and through which we can reduce those emissions. And this also will have a knock-on effect on the competitiveness of tourism in the Canary Islands through the management of knowledge, through building on innovation, and by helping also by introducing the policies of the World Tourism Organization, the United Nations. We tourism destinations will therefore have more tools to be able to lay the foundations for tourism of the future, because we must recognize that tourism will never be the problem. It will always be the solution. Thank you to all of you. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Thank you.
Finally, let me give the floor to the Executive Director of the World Tourism Organization, Natalia Bayona.
Thank you so much. Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Because of two things. First of all, because this is the closest place to my beloved Latin America, so I feel here like at home. And second of all, because we are in a university, and I am really passionate on education. In the academia is where everything starts. So it's my pleasure to be here today representing the UN Tourism. And of course, I want to thank Tom, I want to thank Eduardo, I want to thank Turismo de Tenerife, I want to thank Gobierno de Canarias, of course, the private sector, SEAT. Without the private sector, we cannot survive in tourism. And of course, to you, Dean, to be the host of this amazing summit. So it's really a pleasure to be here. And of course, when I see and when I listen to all the introductory remarks, there are two key words. The first one may be sustainability, how we can work together to assure that social sustainability is here to stay, so that citizens and tourists can be able to work together in the most human economic sector. And the second word is team building, maybe, no? So it's impossible to make tourism survive without connecting the whole ecosystem. So it's really a pleasure to be here with you today. And of course, Spain, our home, the home of UN Tourism, is a true leader when it comes to tourism, not only because of the visitors, 85 million visitors for this year, but also Spain is a leader on investments. So in the joint report that we have with the Financial Times, I was seeing that Spain announced 141 new greenfield projects in tourism infrastructure with $19 billion invested from the private sector. So, and creating more than 20,000 jobs thanks to private investments. So this is crucial because when we speak about sustainability, of course, climate and preserving human resources and natural resources are crucial, but preserving investments as well is very important in a world where we see a lot of tensions. When geopolitics are not helping us, we have two conflicts near. We have the Ukrainian-Russia conflict and the Gaza-Israel conflict, and you feel it's really far away, but it's really close. And these really helps or not help to create investments and stability. And tourism is synonym of trust, of security. And without security and trust, of course, it's impossible to have confidence. Without confidence, it's impossible to have tourism. So, of course, we have challenges. It's very nice to have challenges, you know. When people and when the media that are good friends ask me, what do I think about what is happening? Of course, this is part of what happens in a mature economic sector. When we go to the manufacturing goods, of course, they have their problems, no? The machines there are replacing the people's jobs. This is not the case, no? In tourism, we have, of course, challenges, and that's good, because at the end of the day, that is a signal that our sector is going mature, so the discussions need to be mature. And we need to expect more from the leaders, more from the public sector, of course, more from the UN agencies to assure that development is helping everyone. So I have to say that I love this place because of many things, but maybe the Canary Islands is an example of commitment and empowerment with tourism. I have to say that for the last 2 years, we have been working together with the private sector and with the government to create innovation challenges, to bring startups from all around the world working in the future of the islands. As you know, and as everyone was saying in this table, islands have a lot of responsibility when it comes to tourism because, of course, at least is 30% of their GDP, at least. In Canary Islands, I think it's 35. But when you go to other islands, maybe it's 50%, 60%, 70%. The islands are able to grow thanks to tourism. So tourism, yes or yes, is good because, of course, is the way the island can develop itself. Now, of course, we need to evolve the model, and of course, we need to promote new practices, good practices, to regulate better the short-term rentals. That's not a Canary Islands problem, that's not a Tenerife problem, that's a global problem. You know, in my hometown, Colombia, in Medellin, we have the problem. In Albania, we were there, and with the Balkans, and they have the same problem. So the problem is there, but of course we need to face it and we need to regulate it. We need to ask for more taxes. Yesterday I did an interview with the National Geographic, and they were saying, what do you think about creating a tourism tax? And I was like, of course it's good. No, if you pay tax for a hat, why don't you need to pay taxes for tourism? It's a service at the end of the day. So what I want to thank is, of course, to have all of you here working together in the future of tourism, in the future of Tenerife, having, of course, the best mediator, that is the academia, to work, to help, to promote. So I see that there are huge opportunities, and today you have in your hands that power to lead by example and to help and to share these good practices to other islands in the Pacific. I'm going to the Philippines after the Canary Islands, and the discussion there is as well about how they can assure that added value jobs can create there. So I feel this kind of forums is an amazing place to share and, of course, to construct. So I just want to thank all of you to be here, and of course I want to give a strong message of support to our member state, our affiliate member, to go Turismo de Tenerife. So we are here to help, to support, and to work together to make these islands the example for the new generations when it comes to tourism and sustainability. Thank you so much again, and welcome to the summit.
Thank you, Executive Director of the World Tourism Organization, Counselor for Tourism and Employment of the Canary Island Government, Vice President and Counselor of Tourism of the Tenerife Island Council, Tourism Counselor of San Cristóbal de la Laguna, President of Spanish Confederation of Hotels and Tourism Accommodation, and President of Ashotel, Congress Chairs, their colleagues, Tom Baum and Eduardo Parra, Councillor of La Palma Island Council, Dean of Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism, the other authorities present, they are participants at the Tenerife Global Summit, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a warm welcome to all of you to Universidad de la Laguna. As rector of this university, I would like to start emphasizing the important role of higher education institutions in improving sustainable economic development in our knowledge-based society. This role is particularly important in the case of tourism, as it is a strategic sector in the global economy, especially in regions like the Canary Island, as it has been said, where it contributes 35% to island GDP. In our complex and uncertain environment, data is key to generate good knowledge and therefore to make the right decisions. Tourism in the Canary Islands plays a leading role in the economy and therefore generates a large amount of valuable data. In this sense, this university, Universidad de la Laguna, has demonstrated, from my point of view, the capacity to develop the analysis and management of this data to generate knowledge in the field of tourism. The organizers of this Congress, led by our colleague Eduardo Parra, is a very good example of that. Many thanks, Eduardo, for your hard work. Obviously, it is only possible if we work in collaboration with other public and private institutions, because a strategic sector like tourism requires coordinated action in which all local, regional, and international agents move in the same direction. Our Institute for Social Research and Tourism, which has actively participated in the organization of this Congress, is a very good example. In this sense, I am proud to be able to say that University of La Laguna is working with all the institutions that are represented at this table. In fact, this Tenerife Global Summit is possible thanks to the strong collaboration between Tenerife Island Council and our university. We have a chair in tourism sponsored by Ashotel, and which for many years has generated technical studies of great value for the sector. Moreover, with the Tourism Council of the Canary Island Regional Government and the Universidad de Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, we recently signed an agreement for the creation of a new chair focused in the tourism sector. Moreover, the University of La Laguna is one of the main collaborators of the Canary Island Tourism Observatory, which is part of the network of observatories of the World Tourism Organization. Finally, in the last few years, we have been working with the City Council of La Laguna on their strategic plan for tourism. This has led, according to numerous indicators, to some of our researchers being among the most relevant and seated in the tourism field. Indeed, some of them are part of the organizing committee of this forum, and others will be speakers at it. This notable participation by our university gives us great satisfaction as we feel that the university is being useful for the society. Tourism is part of the Canary Islands' past, but it will also be part of its future. Our future will be with sustainable tourism or will not be anymore, as President of Ashotel and Councillor for Tourism of Canary Islands has said. In recent times, important debates have arisen in the form of the challenges we will have to cope with in the future, such as gentrification and rising rental prices, etc. In this context, denying the importance of tourism for our society will be as blind as denying that debates about the current production model exist and are crucial for our future. Our role as academics is to embrace these debates, provide expert analysis, and contribute to solutions. Tourism, as we knew in the past, is not longer enough. We must aspire to a model that is closer to the people and more sustainable economically, socially, and environmentally. A challenge that the university takes on with pleasure and to which it hopes to contribute. 3 intense days of debate and analysis await us. I hope that this time at our university will be of great benefit to you and that good ideas come from here, since tourism is vital for our common future, especially in the Canary Islands. I am sure that thanks to the efforts and good work of all of the participants, this conference will be a success and that it will help us move towards that model of new, intelligent and sustainable tourism that we all want and we all need. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I declare open the Tenerife Global Summit 2024.
Bueno, vamos a continuar en lo que se nos van las autoridades.
Eduardo, I don't think Natalia is planning to say anymore.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, in the program. You are in the second, yes.
Okay. No, it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
So you sit there. You sit here and Tom here. You sit.
I will. You are going to introduce her.
Bueno, vamos a continuar. We are going to ahead with the first innovative discussion, talking with conversation with Natalia and Tom. In the next 45 minutes, we are going to discuss different ideas and tips about the UN tourism and what's going to do in the next following year. Natalia Bayona, Tom Baum, the table is for you.
So good, colleagues. For our first session then, I think it is very appropriate, I think it is in a sense critical that we have the voice of UN tourism today, because as has already been said, we are faced globally with increasing challenges in tourism, climate, stability, political conflict, and other political movements which perhaps challenge aspects of tourism. So it's ever more important that we actually speak internationally with one voice for tourism, and UN tourism provides that mouthpiece, provides us with that opportunity to come together to have a collective view about the future of tourism. So it's really exciting that we have the opportunity to listen to Natalia talking about tourism, talking about the tourism innovation and the future from a UN tourism point of view. Natalia, it's all yours.
Thank you so much again. So basically, my vision about the future of tourism, I cannot say nothing different rather than innovation, because that's part of the career that I have built inside UN Tourism. So when I was invited to share with you our vision, of course, we need to understand, first of all, where is Spain? No? So Spain, of course, is a global leader. And we can see here that the numbers speaks by themselves. So first of all, the international arrivals have been growing. We have seen the projections that we have in UN Tourism is that we will, of course, reach more numbers than before the pandemic. We will grow 2% more. Today, we have 1.3 billion tourists, $1.7 trillion when it comes to exports, and 3% is the GDP contribution of tourism in the economy. And when we see the composition of the regions, of course, by far, Europe is the leader with 54% of the concentration of tourism. Then we see that Asia and the Pacific with 18%, then the Americas 15%, then the Middle East 7%, and then Africa. So with this said, of course, as I was mentioning in the introductory remarks, we have here the commitment and, of course, the opportunity to create the rules and the way we can lead by example in the sector. In Spain, of course, by far, you can see it in the newspapers. Tourism is going pretty well. 85 million tourists arrived. And basically, there's a full recovery of the sector, surpassing 2% of pre-pandemic levels. And 14 million correspond to the Canary Islands. So at the end of the day, of course, we need to mix this with the expenditure and, of course, with the impact of the tourists in the destinations. So $92 billion were accounted thanks to the expenditure in tourism in the last year. And when it comes to the ranking, the competitiveness ranking that the World Economic Forum creates every year, we see again that Spain is leading the way. So Spain is number 2 when it comes to tourism arrivals, is number 3 when it comes to competitiveness. So first one is Japan, second one is the US, third is Spain, fourth is France. So when we see the numbers, of course, the country is a true leader. And when it comes to investments, so when it comes to inward foreign direct investments, what I was mentioning, in the last years, 141 new projects have been established. So we see new projects in Marbella, we see the luxury hotels establishing in Madrid, we see new strategic projects in different regions. So at the end of the day, the economy is moving thanks to tourism, and 37% of the investments goes to accommodation. That's good. Why? The normal number is that more than in the world, when you see the investments in the world, 80% of the investments in the world goes to hotel infrastructure. So there's a global need to diversify. Of course, investing in hotels is good, but we need to complement the investments on infrastructures, on new parks, or on new experiences, because if not, of course, you cannot have as an experience a hotel and airports and that's all. So it's good that in Spain, 37% goes to accommodation, because at the end of the day, this shows that the country is bringing different types of investors to create new infrastructures. And this is key as well. Spain as an investor in tourism, so of course, when we see, we need to be proud of the tourism sector here, of the private sector, of the hotel sector. They have been leading the way. And when it comes to Spain as an international investor in tourism, this is crucial. I was saying that the country received 141 international investors, but Spain is investing in 231 projects outside Spain to develop tourism in different regions. $18 billion is the private equity investments that this country is moving in tourism, expecting to create 48,000 new jobs, and 55% of these investments are focused in hotels. And of course, this is current because, as you know, the strongest touristic hotel chains are here. So I give you an example that was really good for me. We were in Albania in the UN Tourism Regional Commission for Europe, and we were with the Vice President of International Development of Meliá. And we had there an investment forum, and I told him, so after Spain, what is like the top destination for Meliá to invest? And of course, I thought that the easy question was Latin America. And he told me, no, to us, the most important investment today is Albania. And I looked at him and I was like, why? And he told me, no, because part of the vision of our group is to invest in emerging destinations that are not the normal ones in order to help the destinations to grow. And then when you talk to Rio, to give another example, their focus is in Cabo Verde. And when you talk to Meliá as well again, and you talk about sustainability, the example of sustainability for them in terms of hotels is the Meliá in Tanzania. So that's good, because at the end of the day you see, and when you talk, of course I can keep talking here about all the brands. When you go to Iberoestar and you go and talk to Sabina, and the CEO, she speaks about Jamaica. So that's nice, because at the end of the day, this is about, tourism is about cooperation, and the numbers are there. Investments are crucial so that the Spanish private sector is investing abroad, exporting the Spanish model, and piloting new things in emerging destinations is good, because it's positioning Spain in another scope that is different from the typical sand and beach and for the typical and traditional tourism sector. So, as I was mentioning, the top destinations of the Spanish investments are Mexico, Portugal, and the US. So that's incredible. So this is where we are, no? Of course, when we speak, and on all of us, when we work in tourism, of course, we are addressing common challenges. As I was mentioning before, this is not the challenge of the Canary Islands only. We have the challenge of over-tourism in the world. We have community engagement as a challenge as well. And of course, sustainability. And when we speak about sustainability, it's not only about the environment, it's social sustainability, economic sustainability, and of course, preserving the environment. So, for instance, of course, between 2022 and 2023, the short-term rentals rose 25% in the Canary Islands. So, of course, when the newspapers and our colleagues from the media ask me as a person, as a leader, how do I envision this? To me, it's really easy. To me, it's about regulation, to be strict, and of course, you have different models in the world. Good thing, Spain already helped on the creation, on the regulation of the short-term rentals, because Spain was the chair of the European Union, so we have there a model. But there are a lot of models that you can see there. The US, in New York, is a strong example. In New York, there's impossible to have short-term rentals because it's illegal. So of course, that's an extreme. It's not good, bad. It's a decision that of course you need to make when you see numbers and when you see that maybe the different type of models are not creating added value to the cities. That's a decision that you need to make. So, and what I'm saying, the newspapers, the Spanish media were asking me this in the Middle East, in Oman. I was with ABC in El Mundo. If you see, and you put my name there, I was saying they need to pay taxes because, of course, they are an SME, they are a venture, and they need to be regulated, of course. So there are different ways of regulating these. There's no one exact and precise solution, but from regulating the number of nights that they are able to provide, to share data, for example. Part of my surprises is that, if, for example, in the Balkans, they don't share data with the government, so that's a must. At the end of the day, you are an entrepreneur. So I see that, of course, part of the solution goes through innovation. Part of those challenges of how to regulate over-tourism goes to regulation. I hope this is Colombian. So open innovation today is here to stay. And yesterday, for example, I was with the CEO of Ilunion, that all of you know, that is an example of inclusiveness in terms of hotel infrastructure. And we were discussing about this. So how to preserve the values of a destination, to preserve the values of the citizens, to preserve the values of the hotels, how open innovation can help and can work to make this happen. So what do? What is our value as a UN agency? First of all, we work with all the actors. So we work with the corporations, with the institutions. Today, we have in the network more than 2,000 corporations working, of course, with 160 ministries of tourism. We have created a network with more than 10,000 startups from all around the world in these 6 years when we started to work on innovation. So to help, of course, the destination to pilot new solutions based on technology that can help us to achieve new results, and of course to face over tourism, to face how to involve the community in tourism. Of course, we work with investors. We have a network of more than 200, and we work with them to bring them together in all the forums that we do, and we connect them with the public sector to see how we can create new business opportunities for the countries. And of course, last but not least, the academia, because as I mentioned before, the academia is the place where you can moderate and you can start these kind of discussions that can complement part of the solution. So with Spain, what we are doing, so basically, Spain already have the potential to infuse its tourism model with innovation. There are two things that are crucial. One, this is a personal approach. When I was working for the Colombian government, what I learned about smart destinations, it was thanks to the collaboration with Segitur and with Spain. You have there a strong asset. Spain has a strong asset that I don't see it in the mature destinations. That's good because you already have a methodology to create smart destinations and to help to measure the real impact in tourism in the Spanish society. So today, when it comes to investments as well in smart destinations and technology, I have to say that, of course, the global venture capital is booming because during the pandemic, yes or yes, all the tourism businesses understood the importance of the digital transformation. So today, we can say that $46 billion have been invested in entrepreneurs, in startups, to solve new problems and to scale up the problems. Spain received 2% of the world global venture capital, and Spain is the greatest contributor to the UN Tourism Innovation Network with 14 of the top startups. So this is crucial because part of the discussions, and here it's my advice, part of the discussion of this forum can be connected with the technology that the entrepreneurs are creating all around Spain so that we can be able to pilot and we can be able to measure. So the next year, when the summit connects, you have results and you have a takeover from the last summit so that you can see results little by little. So why not we create a challenge on innovation with SEAT and with all the ecosystem here so that we are able to bring results to the table from the briefing that all of you gave us during these discussions. So with the Canary Islands, as I was mentioning, we started to work 2 years ago with the government and with INFECAR because part of the problematic was to bring new technologies into the discussion. So we launched together a startup competition on island destinations to bring sustainable and innovative answers to the challenges that these islands had. We received 100 applications, 10 finalists that were pitching there from 60 countries, so imagine. And there's one that is working here, Local Bird, that is Spanish. They are developing technology for the concierge services in the hotels for vacation rentals, so to make more efficient the service that the hotels bring to the normal visitors. So this is just an example of what the Spanish talent is developing and is piloting here in the Canary Islands. This year, we created another challenge here in the Canary Islands that is the Hospitality Challenge, bringing tech solutions for lodging. So we received, again, 120 applications. From the 10 finalists, 2 were from Spain, from 70 countries, and one of them is piloting the solutions here. That is from Tenerife, FE Waste. So basically they're working, they have a waste measurement software. You know pretty well that part of the nightmare of a hotel is everything related to waste management in the buffets, etc. So this startup helps hotels to be more efficient in the way they preserve and they measure their waste. So that's part, when we talk about sustainability, again, this is an example, or this one, Twistic, that is from Gran Canarias, that is a digital solution that drives businesses and connects, of course, to the environment preservation. But the good thing of this is that thanks to this challenge and thanks to the visibility that we together are giving to these entrepreneurs, they already signed a contract to pilot this with TUI. You know, that is one of the biggest tour operator worldwide. So at the end of the day, that's what that we see in UN Tourism. Through innovation, the technology is there, the entrepreneurs are there giving solutions. We need to include it as part of the discussion because they are creating results. Maybrian is another one that I love. That is one of the winners. This is from Menorca, from another sister island, and they do data intelligence to create smart destinations. The good thing is that after our competition in 2019, they were able to sign contracts with Amadeus, for example. So they are the ones creating a smart data to Amadeus, that is a huge corporation. And they have signed as well contracts with MasterCard, so to track how the business transactions are in the cities and then to help the cities to manage the flow of tourists. So this is another example on how the Spanish entrepreneurs are working with the big companies to solve these kind of issues. My street book is another one that has been winner from Spain, that is big data as well, that recommends routes with real-time data. So they are working with more than 180 destinations to solve the problems on how to disperse the people so that you are not overcrowding the same touristic hotspots. So at the end of the day, of course, I cannot stay here talking about millions of examples, but I decided to bring here the most important, or the ones that we believe on in UN tourism. And of course, when we open the discussion of the future of tourism, so the question is, okay, so with all of the information that we have, how we can build the future of tourism. So to us, the main pillars, these pillars needs to be together: education, social innovation, and of course data focus. Without these three, it will be impossible, of course, to construct a better model. Why? This is very easy. Education, I don't know if you know, but tourism is a top employer of youth, but 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary skills. I don't know if you read OECD reports, but the last OECD report says that 2/3 of people that work in tourism in Europe only have secondary skills. So if we have this informality, if we don't give the proper education to the people that are serving to our sector, it will be impossible to be sustainable, because the jobs won't be good, the salaries won't be good, so the informal economy will be there. So yes or yes, this is the first pillar that we need to address, not in Spain, in the world, because that's why education is maybe priority number one of our house, because we really understood when we go all around the world and we see that every single leader is asking for education, is because it's true. So we need to first start solving this challenge. As I was mentioning, 42% of tourism firms perceived shortage of workers in quarter four. So last week, when I was in Barcelona for the Executive Council, I received some media from your sister island from Baleares, and they were asking me about this. What do you think? Is that we don't have, Spain has a lack of workforce in tourism? Or what is happening? Why no one wants to work in tourism? And what I was saying is that it's not that no one wants to work in tourism, it's that if you are not educated, of course, it's very difficult to have a strong salary, and it's very difficult to have a career. And this is not happening in tourism only. To become an investment banker, of course, you need to do a career. To become a lawyer, a strong lawyer, you need a career. So the same needs to happen in tourism. People need to understand, if they start working in tourism, what's the future, in order to be really convinced that this is not a short-term job, that is normally what the young generations think, rather than this is a long-term and visionary place to work. Then 14% of hotel employees only have primary education, again. So the data is there, so that's why we have partnered, we have a strong education program in the UN tourism, so we have our online academy with more than 35 universities there uploading content for free, because the mandate of that academy is to serve and to help people. So we have there courses on artificial intelligence and big data, to how to become a good restaurateur. So vocational and managerial from the best universities are there, and we, normally speaking, promote it because we need, of course, that people get certified in tourism. Second point, we decided to launch this year a bachelor's degree with Lucerne University. This is a Swiss degree, but the first year will be taught in Spain, in Madrid. The second year is hybrid, and the third year will be in Switzerland. So this is a pioneer and a test that we are doing to engage the young generations into tourism in a formal way. We are discussing with different universities that are affiliate members of UN Tourism to create different masters as well in tourism, so to help as well management to keep improving their skills. And last but not least, we are creating different reports to cross jobs and of course the education that needs to be provided to fill this gap that we have. So second pillar, of course, social innovation. I cannot say much in the most human economic sector that is tourism. So of course, social innovation is the way to diversify the portfolio of tourism, and we are working together. There is a 2.1 trillion market there, and the growth of social innovation in tourism is incredible, 14% of growth. Our Director of Innovation, Antonio, is from the Canary Islands, Antonio Lopez de Avila, and he is on his way to my hometown, Colombia, and I am in his hometown, Canarias. But what we are doing and why Antonio is there is because we are working with the governments of emerging destinations as Colombia to develop through innovation competitions where the communities, the indigenous women, the artisans, etc., apply to our competitions with different products that they want to promote in the destinations. So we include the communities there, and then the winners are able to have a boot camp with good universities. In the case of Colombia, is with IE University, with Instituto de Empresa, but of course it could be with another good one. And then the idea is to help those communities to create a formal SME so that the communities become part of tourism, and that of course gets a strong benefit from it. This example is the same that we have done in Cuba, that we have done in Panama, and we are starting to do this in Africa as well, because part of what we see is that if we include the communities, but if we help them to create part of their businesses and to involve them in the private sector, of course the benefits will be for all. So at the end of the day, everyone will be an ambassador of tourism. And last but not least, just to end, of course, the data focus. Most of the times I listen carefully about the importance of data and artificial intelligence, but if you don't know for what do you need them, maybe that's useless. So here, of course, by 2025, digitalization in aviation, in travel, and in tourism is expected to create $305 billion of value to the sector. So data is there. And of course, you already have, as I mentioned before, la red de destinos turísticos inteligentes, the Smart Destinations Network. And of course, more than 440 destinations in Spain has been working with the methodology. But as I was mentioning before, Spain is a good exporter of the good things that you're doing. So you're exporting the model to Latin America, to Colombia, to Uruguay, to Mexico, to Paraguay. So at the end of the day, this is an opportunity. So here, our advice is to use what you already have, because Tenerife and the Canary Islands already have a model. You already have a model on sustainability. So let's work on that, and let's see how we can improve it, and how we can create new measure and new metrics to help on the measurement of the real impact of tourism when it comes to jobs, when it comes to the community engagement, when it comes to the benefits on education, when it comes to the benefits on investments, because at the end of the day, tourism is not only about the number of visitors. Tourism is about the impact in the human beings, on how the people are more educated, on how the people have more income thanks to tourism, on how there's a preservation of the culture, but that at the end of the day is showcased to new people. So it's a good window to be promoted. And just to end, of course, Spain is a global leader in tourism, and of course is a global leader in tourism innovation. So today, Spain is attracting Europe entrepreneurship models, and Spain is part of that attraction. So at the end of the day, we see different hubs. We see Malaga, we see Andalusia, then we see Valencia, we see, of course, Madrid, we see San Sebastián in terms of gastronomy, and we see that in the Canary Islands, there's a good composition of private investments, social cohesion, and of course, a smart destination. So my final message to you is to keep working together, and of course to help on the creation of this new model by a constructive discussion that can help us to lead this change, and of course to export this model all around so that the challenges that the world is facing in tourism are solved here and then can be exported to another destinations. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for that wide-ranging discussion. Do we have time for a small number of questions, if there are any from the audience? Yeah.
So, I'm Sasha from Germany, and we have the same problem because we have to discuss that normally the working teams and everything, the people, that the young people don't want to work in tourism because the reputation of the jobs are so bad. So there must be a change of the employers to give more space for free education and free working positions. I need that? Okay. So again, in Germany we have the same problem that the young people that are now thinking that are working to live, other thinking than our generation who lived for work, that the reputation of the jobs in tourism, for example, restaurants, hotels, and so I'm a hospitality member as well, has to be changed. The reputation has to be improved, that people want to work in tourism and restaurants because it's a bad reputation of working time, salary, and as you told, the career, so there must be a change in advertise for this wonderful job in tourism. I think that's another important challenge.
Thank you.
That's a very important question. I have to say that when you see a Google report during the last General Assembly in Uzbekistan, I presented like the vision with a deep scope on where is tourism. And you know that when you see the report of Google, the report of jobs, and you see what are the common careers that young generations search, the first one is medicine, the second one is nursing, and the third one is law. So, of course, it's paradigmatic that tourism is a top employer of the young generations, but it's not in the mindset. So that's part of the positioning, and that's part of our job, of the sector's job, to promote and position the sector as an added value sector. Because the vision today of the young generations is that tourism is a short term profession. So normally speaking, they go into gastronomy or to hospitality to learn, but then they jump into another business or to a startup that does another thing. So part of the challenge that we have is to work together to position the sector as an economic sector, that people understand that this is a sector that brings added value jobs, that brings investments, that 13% of the GDP in Spain is thanks to tourism, that in Germany, part of the history of the Berlin can be taught thanks to tourism. So just to give an example, or if you're doing in Messe a lot of trade shows, that's part of business tourism, so that this is helping the economy to grow and to evolve. So one part is the education part. So to include, we have a program that is called the Education Toolkit. That is a program we partnered with the 3 more global education methodologies, with Cambridge for the British education, with the American education, and with the Swiss education, IB, the International Baccalaureate. And we have their methodologies and their books to include tourism as a subject in high schools, so that in the last 2 years of high schools, the teenagers are able to understand tourism as an economic sector, because that's part of the problem. I didn't speak about that, but if we see the chain, we need to start from the high schools, so including tourism as a subject. So to be honest with you, I didn't study tourism. You know, I studied government and international relations, and I didn't, I studied in the US, and I didn't knew anything about tourism as part of diplomacy or as part of an economic sector. When I was studying in Colombia, I didn't have as well. But it's not only my case, it's the case of all, maybe 90% of this auditorium, because of course tourism is not mandatory today. So if you want to study economics in the school, you know pretty well your flow. Or if you want to be a lawyer, or if you want to be study engineering, you know pretty well the flow. You need to go through mathematics, statistics, etc. But when no one tells you about humanities, and no one tells you about tourism. So that's part of what we are doing in UN Tourism. So we are working with different governments, with Croatia, for example, implementing tourism as a subject in Croatia. In Latin America, we are doing so in Jamaica with the British system, in Colombia with the IB system, in Africa as well, because that's, of course, the starting point, to include tourism as a subject in high schools. Then, of course, what I was mentioning is a part of education, is a part of communications and positioning, because if we don't positioning as well, of course, it's impossible to bring here people from investment banking or from law to work here in tourism, you know?
Thank you. We have one more question before we move on. Thank you very much.
First of all, thank you very much for the presentation, Natalia. I have a question for you regardless your relation with the unions, because we see that, let's say, innovation and digitalization is part of our business actually, so we need to be in front and looking into the future. But we see that actually the labor regulation in Spain or in the Canaries is very strict in order to create new positions that are probably more adapted to the new technologies and to the new roles that will be a little bit more sexy for the younger generation. So, for example, we cannot create some mix of positions, I don't know, mixing lifeguard with, I don't know, pool concierge, for example. So this is not legally permitted. I don't know if you have been able to develop any type of conversations with the unions about the need that we have to modernize these type of rules.
Unfortunately, no, because of course we don't have the mandate of regulation. But what we see, of course, you're totally right. When you see in the ministries of labor of different countries, there's no one standard of what's tourism. So, as you said, a firefighter is part of the tourism sector in some countries, or why not a pilot, for example, from air and transport is part of tourism. So today, there's no common structure on the jobs in tourism. So it's the country's national, strategy, or the country's national regulation is the one that states. So of course you cannot compare Spain with France or with the US because it has nothing to do the way the governments distribute the people and how they are employed. So that's why it's very difficult to measure jobs in tourism, because there is no standard,
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia, for a very useful start to our discussions at the conference. Thank you.
Can you speak?
Yeah, well, I just want to get...
You have the presentation over here?
¿Qué presentación va ahora?
No, eso es mío. Sí, eso es mío.
Va la presentación de... You have the presentation?
They told me it's already
Anton Baum.
¿Algún estado?
Liumeva. Exacto, sí.
Thank you.
And you have a pen?
I need to change something.
You have you are going to change when she speaks.
¿Dónde está ahí? Ahí está el teclado, con la mesa.
Okay, good. Just sit down here. And let Eduardo...
Yes, I will be using this microphone.
Do you prefer to stand?
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
Sure? Can see from there.
Ah, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so I just start.
No, I'm going to turn it first.
Okay.
Ahora? Okay. Okay, thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Tom. So brilliant, very important tips to discuss new tips to introduce the new challenge that we have in the following year. So thank you both. Right now we are going to discuss in the same way with Tom. Tom he's going to talk about the future of the job and employment. Lena Dimova.
It's hard, don't worry.
Don't worry
but
about that.
But you said it perfect.
So thank you very much for coming to Tenerife. So I know that you are very busy agenda, so it's fantastic you stay here. So go ahead, and thank you very much to be here.
Yes, thank you very much to all organizers. It's a great pleasure to be here. Just so you know, our session is called Labor Challenges in Tourism. But don't trust the program, because I'm going to talk about something else. And as an association, as an international association, I would like to also share our priorities and some interesting trends that it's good to keep an eye on over the next years. But before that, just for those that are less familiar with the European Travel Commission, we are an international association which represents the national tourism organizations across Europe. And we are working very hard towards improving the sustainable development of Europe, about advocating the importance of tourism for the European society, for the European economy, and also we are promoting Europe as a tourism destination. And to stay relevant to our members and to the whole ecosystem, we pay close attention on what's happening around us, because we want to impact the way tourism forms, because we are firm believers that it's better to put our hands and formulate the future rather than trying to forecast it. And of course, to try to shape it, you need clear vision. So here, just very briefly, these are our wants for the European tourism in the next years. So we want Europe to be the most sustainable destination. We want tourism to be a leading force for this sustainable transformation. We want tourism to be an essential part of each country's development. And very importantly, we want to keep the rights of people to travel free, but in a responsible way that benefits everybody. So how do we do that? There are just 3 areas that we are focused on. We have a very ambitious program of work related to promotion, to advocacy, and knowledge generations, and all of these areas are taking into account what has been already said about the principles for the future. And since I come from a research background, I will put a little bit more attention on that, and I will focus my presentation on 2 topics that I find very interesting and very relevant because we'll not get rid of them over the next years. And I'm not saying that these are the most important topics in total. No, there are also other ones, but we have limited time. I also want you to have your coffee on time, so I'll just follow on these 2. And they're pretty broad anyways, so yeah, let's kick off. Like, one is travelers' behavior. Obviously, this is something that can be impacted by internal amount of variables. But I decided to focus on 2. One is the high travel costs, and the other one is the changing weather. So starting with the high travel costs, you know that since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, prices specifically for tourism-related products were 30% higher than in 2019. So for us, it was very interesting to understand how European travelers will react to these kind of changes. So for 2 years, we've been asking them, in the context of inflation, are you planning to spend your budget differently? And what we found consistently is that the way people perceive travel is the same way they perceive everyday essentials, like food, like energy and fuel. As you can see here on the graph, the majority of people didn't plan to reduce their spending on travel, and some of them even plan to increase it. So if we take a step backward, what that tells us is that, especially in the European context, travel is becoming more and more a commodity rather than anything else. It's a necessity. It's not a luxury. It's part of our lives. And of course, I'm not trying to say that travel costs are not impacting travelers. It does impact them. People, I'll just get back to that. It does impact them, but not in a way that they will give up. They just become more flexible and more creative about their traveling. So here are just a few examples of how people decided to apply tactics to cut some costs before reaching their destinations. We have a lot of people looking for off-seasonal travel. We have people looking for more affordable destinations, booking early activities, packing light, going for more low-cost tickets. Within the destination, we saw that many people are just to be able to enjoy their vacation, just cutting off a little bit on shopping activities, going to less expensive restaurants, using more public transportation, which is great. A lot of people also turned into the all-inclusive offers as well, because this helped them to understand the final cost of the trips that they're going on. So as you can see, some of these changes were actually very positive in terms of tourism in Europe. So off-seasonal travel, the use of public transportation, even the low-cost flights, because if you look at the CO emission generated by low-cost flights, they're usually between point A and point B, rather than with a lot of transfers and so on. So people just fly to a destination where they can reach, directly. But we cannot always expect that travelers will be that flexible and take responsible choices. And just to give you an example as well, these are the latest results of our inter-European travel research. And on the screen, you see the places where people want to go. So the majority of Europeans plan to travel within Europe. And if you have a look at the breakdown, more than 50% plan to travel either domestically or to a neighboring country. And that implies, in general, not very long distance of travel. It's rather short haul to mid haul. And although the distance is not big, air travel remains the #1 preferred transportation, and it actually hit the record height since we started this survey back in 2000, just a little bit before the pandemic. And of course, we don't want to spend our time on the road. We want to just take a plane, get to the destination, but there is also other thing. There is much more availability of air tickets in general, but also to book in advance. And they're also much more affordable. And I know that sounds a little bit strange because flight tickets have been super expensive lately. But just to be a little bit more illustrative, Greenpeace has conducted a research last summer to compare the air fares and the rail fares between European destinations. They analyzed 112 routes between European destinations. For 79 of these routes, the flight tickets were cheaper. So, what I'm trying to say here is that when we have our discussions on how industry is turning into more sustainable and we are expecting travelers to take responsible choices, we have to take this kind of information in consideration. That's just one example, but we cannot ask people to buy more expensive things for less convenience and less comfort. Now, other than prices, I already mentioned, weather is something that will continue consistently impacting travelers' behavior. I just want to bring you back to last summer, which was very hot. If you have forgotten, I've taken out 3 days for you to bring you back. 3 days in 3 destinations. So we have Italy, July 18, 43 degrees. We have Greece, July 23rd, 46. We have France, August 23rd, 42. Can you imagine traveling to one of these destinations being there on one of these days? Let me tell you, like, you will probably wake up, go to the beach at 6 in the morning, come back at 10:30, and stay at your hotel room until 5, 6, just to be safe. Or maybe you'll be brave and you'll go out, and maybe you will dehydrate, maybe you will faint. It's not what it's supposed to be, and it's also not pleasant for the workers in the destination. And because of that, and because of the floods that we had, and because of the wildfires, people actually started last year to really be worried about the extreme weather events in the destination they plan to visit. And they start considering the weather as a criteria, it was the #1 criteria for them to choose destination. And then a year later, we are summer 2024, we investigate if people plan to travel to summer, and the sentiment to travel is even higher than last year. And the surprise here, actually it's not a surprise, July and August are again the most popular months. So what is happening here and what does that tell us? First of all, it tells us that people's memory, at least so far, about the weather conditions is not long-lived. And people are adjusting their travel behavior more when there is a price change rather than there is a weather change, at least for the moment, I repeat. But it also tells us that this is our own fault. Why July and August? Just think about it. We all want to go on holiday, maybe in July and August because it's more quiet. We don't want to go back home receiving 1,000 emails, right? You want a peaceful summer that you will not regret after that. Maybe also because your kids have school holidays at that time and you want to enjoy with them. Maybe also because the supply side is at full capacity. You have more tickets for planes, you have more tickets for activities within the destination, everything, basically. And in fact, even if you look at the festivals, how they're distributed within Europe across the months of the year, 80% are probably between June and August. 301 events I was checking a few weeks ago are taking place just between June and August. Of course, people will travel at that time, and if we don't change something, nothing will change. If nothing changes, nothing changes. And while July and August were good months in the past, we have to think about how to change this system in the future. One part is obviously the government of destination. Other part is us as tourism destination, tourism businesses, to start educating travelers about the possibilities that Europe presents. And this is specifically important for travelers that come to Europe from outside Europe because they're not so familiar with the weather conditions here. So just to give you an example, my colleagues from marketing, I'm very actually impressed by the way they try to change the narrative. The European Travel Commission will be launching some series of campaigns over the next months together with European destination, just to try to explain people that if they take responsible travel decisions, in that I count off-season travel, consumption of local products, taking a public transportation, and also going off the beaten path, they will receive an unexpected upgrade to their travel. Just here 2 examples. That's an example for Greece. So it reads, for faster access to the Acropolis, try Athens in fall. Another one from Lisbon, Porto, sorry. Take the metro in Porto for exclusive views over Dom Luis Bridge. You know, like we show them how they can actually really enjoy more and receive more in return. And this also improves, obviously, our reputation as a continent, as a destination, because we're in this game together and we have the same challenges together. Now, moving to the second part of my presentation, that's crisis and tourism. Why did I choose this? Because the number of crises over the past years have, if not tripled, maybe doubled, and they are becoming more diverse, they are becoming stronger. And although travelers' demand is very resilient and actually comes back very quickly, that doesn't mean the supply side is that resilient and that we are ready to withstand all kinds of crises. I don't need to, of course, tell you what kind of crisis happened. All the extreme events, all the geopolitical tensions like riots, protests. We have also the technology that helps us a lot, but it also leads to some failures from time to time. Let me see, yes, like these are many different types of cases. And what is the common determinant here is that these crises, no matter what type, they always put us in the same situation. We always, all of a sudden, realize how connected we are with all sectors. But it's too late, obviously. We have to think about it in advance. And then all other consequences come. People and tourists are put at risk. But biodiversity at the destinations is put at risk. There are some clashes among locals and residents. There is economic risk. There is a labor crisis, which we have a great expert here to elaborate on that as well. And the list goes on and goes on about these impacts that crisis can create. But this list, it's not endless. There have been a lot of crises, and we know the type of effects. So we have to prepare. We really, like, if not now, I don't know when is the right time, because crises will not stop today, and they will not stop in the next 5 years, and maybe actually we are moving probably to the biggest climate crisis in a couple of years, unfortunately. And assumptions like certain countries or type of destinations are immune to certain type of incidents, it's absolutely wrong. It's absolutely wrong. There is no such kind of thing anymore. Because if that was a reality, who would have guessed that we'll see Dubai airport like that a few months ago, right? This is just one example. There are lots of examples across the world. And besides crisis becoming stronger and very unexpected, there are also a few things that are happening almost for any type of crisis that for us it's very good to consider as manager of businesses or destinations. So we live in a constant communication on society. And that means that when incidents happen, it's very likely that it will get to the news before it gets to you. Here is one example from Southwest Flight 1318, which happened in 2018. And unfortunately, the engine of this plane broke. There was one fatality, and they also had to land urgently. And the picture that you see is actually taken from another passenger from another plane, streamlining the situation and commenting on it. So we don't have the golden hour that was out there in the past, where, let's say, your business has to get together and collect the right information and give it to the media to prepare. We don't have that. We have to be faster and more creative. Another thing is that, as I said, technology helps us a lot. But for instance, that's, of course, just one example. AI will increasingly test our ability to judge what's real and what's not. This is always very important to keep an eye on. Here is just an example of the pension reform in France, and this picture went on social media about older person being beaten by the police. This was absolutely wrong, but you can imagine what kind of sentiment it created in social media. So, yeah, let's be a little bit more conscious about these things, because crises are happening and the context around crises is also changing, making everything much more complicated than it used to be. Now, finally, is tourism to blame itself? Of course not. It's not our fault, all the crises on this world. But we have to take an ownership about several things. Irresponsible visitor behavior can trigger incidents. Also, sometimes people just come unprepared and they can provoke an incident, let's say. There are unlicensed businesses that can put visitors in danger, that can create an incident which evolves into a crisis after that. And then sometimes tourism facilities are poorly built. So this is our fault. And just to finish, I find this statement actually very important. When the sustainability of tourism itself is being questioned, the blame for incidents can quickly turn residents against visitors. And residents and visitors are the most important assets that we have for our industry. So at the European Travel Commission, we are currently developing a framework related to crisis and management. We'll be very happy to share it with all of you, because there will be a lot of examples, a lot of guidelines, and I'll finish actually my presentation here. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm glad to receive any questions.
Thank you, Ljubljana, for your brilliant presentation. You are giving us, many tips. So education again, social education again. So for the academia, we have a lot of questions to research in terms of that. Solution for this question, so new tips and new, topics to analyze. So education training also. And right now, Tom is going to talk about the job and employment. So, are you okay?
Yeah, we are. Yeah. We're perfect.
So if you look, the idea is to have a version of the professional part, and technical part, and right now it's academia. So that's the message that we want to translate of a participant. That's the necessity to work, coordinating and collaborating, all of us, in terms to have solutions for the tourism in the future. Thank you. Tom, are you okay?
I am perfect.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you. And thank you to our previous speakers for setting me up very nicely in terms of some of the ideas and some of the thoughts that we need to address. When Eduardo asked me to talk about the future of work or human resources in tourism, I thought, gosh, again, because this is a question that's being asked constantly. And since the last crisis, since the pandemic, it's something which has become, has moved up the agenda for a lot of organizations in the public sector, businesses in the private sector again. What will work look like? How can we shape our businesses? How can we shape our tourism industries to reflect changes, social changes, economic changes, wider digital changes that are taking place in society, and establish what the future of work will look like. Now, of course, I'm not a futurologist. I can't read the future. I haven't got a magic wand that will tell me what the future looks like. If you want a sense of that, our colleague in academia, Ian Yeoman, talks about the future constantly. And what I love about people who talk about the future is nobody comes back to them in 10 years' time and says, you were wrong. It didn't happen that way. They're never held accountable. So it's one of as academics, people who look to the future have some of the greatest freedoms going. But I've been doing this for a long, long time. I've been doing this longer than many of you in this room have been on this planet. So that's worrying. I started out looking at tourism employment from a policy, from a governmental and from a enterprise point of view, gosh, 42 years ago now? Okay. And therefore, I look at that history and I reflect on that history. And in many ways, that's very important to me because I think one of the things that I have learned, and I'll point out, is that yes, things change, but yes, things don't change. And I think that's one of the challenges we have in this area. My starting point, whenever I think about this topic, goes back to one of my favorite books by George Orwell, who, of course, the English social commentator who had strong links to Spain in his time as well. And in one of his less celebrated books, he wrote about his experiences of working in different jobs during the Great Depression in the early 1930s. And he worked in restaurants and hotels in Paris. And he raised the issue about the social purpose of some of the work that we ask our colleagues in the business to do. What is the social purpose of the plongeur, the pot wash in Parisian hotels and restaurants? What do they contribute to society through the work that we ask them to do? And I think he was, in doing so, he was reflecting on very challenging working conditions, very inhumane treatment of the most defenseless, the lowest paid, the members of the people working in the industry. And I suppose my question really from that is, well, that was 1933, that's almost 100 years ago now. Have things really changed that dramatically? And if we look at the imagery of the industry over that sort of period, yes, we have color photography for starters, but we also have a sense that there is a lot which hasn't changed. A lot of the jobs that people do haven't changed significantly. How they do them, how they deliver them, yes, there have been changes. But there's also subtle changes. There's far greater diversity in the workforce. People come from different backgrounds, different ethnicities. Obviously, it's an industry that has embraced and included women to a far greater extent than it would have done 100 years ago. But at the same time, there is a lot that is the same. The hierarchies, the formality, the relationship between guest and employee. And again, looking at the airline industry, we see similar things. Perhaps it's less glamorous than it was in its early days. It was very much seen as glamour work. I would hardly describe working for a low-cost airline in Europe today as glamorous work. It's very hard, very demanding work. So things change, some things don't change. And I think the reality is that tourism work is a world of what you might call complexity and paradox. And that was true 100 years ago. It's true today, and I would venture to say it will be true going forward. It's a diverse sector. One of our challenges talking about tourism work, is that we actually don't really agree on what we're talking about. Even if, reference was made earlier on to data and the need for good data about tourism. Absolutely. But if you then start interrogating data, say, on a European or international basis in relation to tourism, you do not get a clear picture. You get very, very different definitions, even of basic job families. So you get situations where in some countries, governments report that over 50% of their tourism workforce is working in accommodation. In other countries, similar economies, similar size, if you like, they report that 11% of their workforce is working in tourism. And what frustrates me as an academic is that that data is used uncritically. So in official government reports or international agency reports, we see this data reproduced. It isn't true. It is fiction. And So for me, that one of the priorities in really understanding the future of work in tourism is to agree what work in tourism is to start with. And we don't have that definitional agreement. So I think that's a huge problem. And agencies need to be much more demanding of their partners, the governments who provide the data, in order to do that. But looking at it more from a different point of view, as well as this sort of understanding the sector, we have issues around that tourism operates in multinational, huge businesses, Marriott, for example, in the hospitality sector, as well as micro, single person operations. So we've got the whole diversity of business size. And the world in one is not the same as the other, obviously. We're talking about businesses that operate in the informal, the traditional, the formal sector, the informal sector, and the emerging gig platform sharing economy, if you like. And again, that's where we're, as academics, as government agencies, we're reluctant to actually accommodate or address the more uncomfortable realities of the informal sector, of the platform sector. We tend then to base our data almost exclusively on the formal reported sector. That only tells a little bit of the picture around tourism. Tourism, we know, is precarious. It lacks security, if you like, and there is high turnover for structural reasons, seasonality in many parts of Spain, in many tourism locations in Europe. And seasonality, in many ways, is one of the biggest structural challenges to tourism employment. If a business is open for 6 months, it cannot employ people for 12 months. It's obvious, and that has huge social consequences. It means that people who work in tourism cannot access if you like, the financial and the social benefits which somebody in 12-month employment could do. Whether that relates to housing access to housing, whether it relates to access to loans, and to a whole range of other things relating to the participation in civic society. Participating in the electoral process, elections, may be limited because you are transitory, you're moving, you haven't got a fixed address, as we might say. Low pay, and we can talk about pay forever, and I know their colleagues from the industry here, from the tourism industry, and pay is a real challenge. Competing with other sectors, when you're under such competitive pressure, when you're perhaps beholden to third parties, tour operators and the like, is very difficult. And pay is often the ultimate, the one area where we can try to reduce our costs in order to meet the demands. Ultimately, for me, that's a consumer issue. Consumers in Europe, but also elsewhere in the world, are always looking for cheap, 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 cheap. And as long as we do that, we'll be paying our workforce cheap, 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 cheap. It's obvious. And I don't see a resolution to that in the short term. Challenging working conditions, I mean, and this is particularly pertinent in relation to young people, the industry works when they want to and their friends are playing. And that's always been the case, and that is certainly a challenge in relation to what we're doing. But what we do have is we have a high level of transitory, mobile, migrant workers within the industry. In today's Europe, for example, with the political complexion in many countries, that is becoming an issue, and we need to think, tourism needs to think about worst case scenarios if borders were closed and access to additional labour markets were blocked. I think thinking in the future, we need to do so. We're going through an election at the moment in the UK, and our political parties are talking about reskilling those who are currently economically inactive to bring them back into the economy. And that would, in theory, benefit tourism. Whether it can actually happen in practice, I've been looking at schemes like that for a long time. That isn't new particularly. And yes, it can work at the margins. It can't solve the problem, so to speak. And so, yes, there's the low status of work, that's already been mentioned, and the need to make tourism the profession of choice. So I'm going to use UK figures, but the average salary in the tourism hospitality sector, the hospitality particularly in the UK, is £21,000 a year. The national average is around 29,000, 30,000. If you're a graduate from university and you can get a job in as an engineer at 50,000 when you graduate, or in hospitality at 15,000. Yeah, okay. But it's not only about pay. This conversation isn't only about pay, although pay is important to bear in mind. So there's a lot going on here. There's automation, there's technology, which I'll hopefully come back to. I just wanted to refer back to the first Tourism State-of-the-Art conference, because we produced a 500 or 600-page book, or the Strathclyde, to accompany the conference. That shows it was old technology. You would never do that today. And I think I looked through the table of contents, and I think Professor Bahalis and myself are the only people who contributed to that tome, that book, who are here today. But I wrote a paper. You can't really see it very clearly, but it talks about national human resource policies for tourism. And for me, that's always been hugely important. We're thinking about people in the context of tourism and developing integrative policies around that. So I wrote that, 30 years ago now. But thinking about crises, thinking about what happened after the pandemic, what we saw was a rush of national debate and discussion about the jobs crisis. And most countries in Europe produced some form of a response to the jobs crisis. We saw it in the US, we saw it in Australia, we saw it in New Zealand. And a lot of it was doing exactly the same as I was talking about in that paper in 1994. National campaigns to make tourism a career of choice. Well, I was running those in the Republic of Ireland in 1987, I think. Okay? Challenging misrepresentation of tourism work. We must persuade the public that tourism work is much better than it really is. Is it that much better? I think the reality is, for a lot of people, it is a tough working career. It is fabulous if you're passionate. It is fabulous if it really works for you in the industry. But to talk about misrepresentation, it again is something which I think misses the point. We need to understand why people perceive work the way they do. Promotion of multi-skilling, multitasking. One of the largest hotel companies in the world, in fact, the largest, has just introduced a global program whereby their associates frontline associates will be required to work in different areas of the hotel, in front office, in service, in housekeeping, and they will be mobile workers, multi-skilled across the sector. Duh, that was happening 40 years ago. I remember that Hilton introducing exactly the same approach in the late 1980s. So I think one of the problems in our conceptualization, our thinking about this issue, is that we actually haven't come up with any new ideas. We're actually saying the same old, same old, same old, same old. And that is the problem. The one area where I think there is hope, if you like, is there's wider recognition of what I'd call the wider socioeconomic barriers that affect tourism work. Impact of tourism employment characteristics on life and citizenship options, as I mentioned, but also areas like housing, and that's one of the big crisis areas. I know it is here in Tenerife, but it's in virtually every tourism destination. Where can tourism workers afford to live while working in the tourism industry? When you're competing with short stay rentals, when you're competing with holiday homes. I mean, there are places in Cornwall in England, seaside towns, where every second door is a short-term let. And you can tell it by the keypads on the door. So access to finance, access to housing, access to education, childcare, transport. My argument here is that if we are to overcome these issues, in planning all the multiple new destinations and projects and resorts that we were told about earlier, we must place them in the context of the availability of wider infrastructure, community infrastructure that will support the workforce, as well as create the destinations and the activities which tourists will do. We can't just leave housing to chance. We can't just leave childcare to chance, because it's a gendered industry. A large number of our workforce are women, and if we don't support their lives and the reality of their lives, they can't work within tourism in the way that we do. Education, etc. I mean, one of the crises that affected all of us a couple of years ago was the start of the war in Ukraine, and many countries in Europe took refugees from Ukraine, many of whom were women with young children. I remember talking to a group of hoteliers in Scotland about this, and they were licking their lips at the thought of all this cheap labour that was suddenly available to them. And I asked them questions about where are you going to accommodate them? How about access to local schools? Can the schools accommodate children who can't speak English? Oh, that's nothing to do with us. We provide the jobs. But then who else is going to do the joined-up thinking in terms of the other areas? So there's a lot going on, and one of the things that we've been trying to do as scholars, as academics, is to research these areas, to write them. And one of the things we did was to look at the visibility of debate about tourism employment in the media during the pandemic. And it tripled. It went up by threefold in key cities. We included Madrid as one of our sample cities, looking at the national press in Spain. And in all countries, there was far more debate about the consequences of the pandemic for the workforce. And we thought, this is a new dawn. Things will get better. Suddenly, this will be taken seriously. It's like a flat balloon. It's gone. It's disappeared. It's disappeared, unfortunately. So what might travel and tourism work look like in 2030 and beyond? I think the work has always changed. So to say this is a new debate is not really a matter of reality. We've seen the way in which people are looking for work looking at work in a different way. I think it's moved that particularly younger people are looking at working in order to live, rather than more traditional models of living in order to work. And I think employers will need to understand what their young people, what all of us, I mean, I'm not a young person anymore. It's a couple of years since I had dark hair. But I'm looking for different things from work than perhaps my employers are willing to accommodate. I think employers need to do far more to embrace and understand what their workforce are looking for from work. And I think work will be, in the future, will be much, much more conditioned by what the workforce can deliver, rather than what the market might want to give in terms of restaurant menus or whatever it is. or even, and we're seeing this, certainly where I come from, we're seeing a lot of our cafes and restaurants closed on a number of days in the week because the workforce is not available to work in them. So challenging expectations of work and recognizing the place or the options for technology. And I'm not an expert on technology. We've got one of those guys sitting near the front here. But we hear a lot about technology or work and technology. We hear a lot about technology substitution. Well, we've heard about that for a long time. But we're seeing the emergence of work-based apps to help people find employment. We're seeing, obviously, the robotization of work. I don't really understand where AI fits into all of this. I'll leave that to more intelligent professors to explain that to me. And and technology plays a role in this whole process, undoubtedly. But how far will technology take us? There's evidence of some kickback against technology, perhaps among my generation, and some service providers are getting rid of, reducing their dependence on technology because their customers want to talk to people. I like talking to people. I don't like talking to machines, but anyway. But what we're faced with, and I'm only dipping into this, we're faced with going forward a lot of what we might call wicked problems in tourism. I was talking to Rachel Dodds, whom you'll hear later today, I think, and she said there's no such things as problems in tourism, didn't you, Rachel? Sort of. Well, I'm paraphrasing. There's only solutions or opportunities. I think there are problems in tourism employment, and I think they're structural, and I think they're so embedded that we have to work around them rather than necessarily to challenge them. AI represents a very good example of paradox, and AI and robotization. Huge opportunities, reducing labor costs, reducing labor skills and skills shortages, reducing low-quality jobs, improving service reliability, lots of benefits. Who wouldn't want it? Who wouldn't want to stay in an Ibis budget rather than a Ritz? And I think that's the issue. What does that mean for service? What does it mean for the authenticity of service, about the experience of the Canaries, the experience of Tenerife, if everything is just technology intermediated? I don't know. I don't have answers about that one, but I think as a tourism industry, we need to start to think about some of the consequences. So I don't really want to do this here because I'm conscious Eduardo's giving me looks. And I think coffee, 2 more minutes. You're very generous. What we've tried to do is to try to vision what the future might look like. And we've written quite a bit about that. But one of the places that I've taken this conversation is to talk about sustainable human resource management, sustainable employment, and applying sustainability principles to employment in tourism. And that might give some of the answers. It means, I suppose it's looking at employment and employees through a different ethical lens than we might traditionally have done so. So I'm not going to go there in any depth. Ooh, this is exciting. But so, what will work look like in 2023, in 2033? And that's not that far away. That's just it's the centennial of Orwell's book. That's why I use it. So we can envisage 2 different scenarios, or at least 2 different scenarios for the future. One is scenario 1, where nothing has really changed, where basically tourism work remains hugely diverse, but continues to be short-term orientated and includes low-pay, difficult working conditions, etc. Essentially, driven by consumers who continue to value cheap products and services without reference to their consequences. And we do that in other areas of consumerism, so why should tourism be any different? The big change one, which is the aspirational one, which we've tried to address, is where the industry embraces sustainability as part of its a wider drive to address employment issues. Travel and tourism focuses on long-term workplace relationships, not necessarily always in the same business, but tries to build long-term relationships and facilitate long-term relationships with their employers. Areas of work are increasingly automated, but newer sustainable jobs emerge, and consumers value ethical and sustainable principles in the businesses with which they interact. Not only reusing your towel, but respecting the people who deliver the towel to the room. I think the narrative here in Spain of Las Kellys is something many of us can learn from. Just to promote something here, the Global Hospitality Research Association, if any of you are interested in finding a way forward as academics, although we welcome business partners as well. Last year we set up a group, relatively informal group, to address or to use hospitality and tourism employment research as a vehicle to drive change, to influence government policy, to influence employers. And if anybody, it's an open community, and if anybody is interested in being part of this and is interested in this area of work, you're very, very welcome to join us and just have a word with me. So, I always finish this with this particular slide, because in this area, when you look at the future of work in tourism, there are far more questions than there are answers. And that's, in a way, what makes it interesting. If we knew all the answers, we just get the checklist, and then there really wouldn't be much to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Tom. Amazing, different question that we want to give an answer. So, education, training, human research, technology. So, wow, we have many challenges in the future. Go ahead. So, one question, two questions. Before two, okay, Dimitrios?
Very quickly, quite often people are comparing working tourism. So, very quickly, people compare working tourism versus civil servant kind of public sector work. They never compare working tourism with agriculture, with mining, with some of the jobs that are really much more difficult physically. And I don't think anybody is actually reminding people that there are other opportunities to go and work in other places, rather than some of the very civilized kind of places that they work in tourism.
That's an interesting thought, and you see that the competition between, you mentioned mining there, and as you know, my son is an engineer who's currently working in mining in Australia. And one of the big challenges in Western Australia is that the tourism industry is desperately short of staff, because anybody who graduates high school in Perth, for example, can get a job driving a truck or a dumper truck in the mines of Western Australia and earn about 4 times what they'd get if they went and worked in a local hotel. And so their whole lifestyle and their expectations, even if they don't do that for a long time, is built on the expectations of a lifestyle that's fed off a salary of 100,000 euros a year for doing an unskilled job. So yes, it might be tough, it might be nasty, but unfortunately the rewards in those extreme situations are such that it's very difficult to compete with. But yeah, it can be nice, it can be nasty as well. There's been a lot that's been written and published both in government reports and academic reports of the level of abuse and mistreatment in the tourism industry, particularly in hospitality, but not only. And there are interesting experiments going on. There's interesting things going on to address these. I mean, there's a well-known Irish airline which I think flies to Tenerife. I won't mention their name, but they've just bought off the plan 25 new houses in Dublin in order to close to the airport in order to accommodate staff. That may be the future. As hoteliers, as tourism businesses, you may need to, you build a hotel and you build staff accommodation. We used to do that. There are hotels in London which are reconverting rooms into staff accommodation in order to overcome things like the crisis. So, yeah, I mean, if you work in tourism, it can be the most wonderful job in the world. And we always talk about finding people with passion. And I love that word, passion. But the reality is there are only X thousand people with passion available to us. So we have to find a way of accommodating the less passionate. And I don't think you can train somebody to be passionate in that way. So, yeah. But thanks for raising that. Yes, there are a lot, but just because there are jobs which are a lot worse doesn't necessarily mean that what we're doing is okay.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Coffee is waiting. Coffee break. We will have a coffee break. Wait. Relax. We have the people here, so any question in the coffee, please. Coming back in 15 minutes to try to recover time, okay? See you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Right now, yes.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you bonita, bonita and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la isla bonita.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you Bonita, Bonita, and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la isla bonita.
everybody, and welcome to this session. My name is Enrique Ruiz de Lera. I am the marketing director of Tour España, Spain Tourism Board, and I have the pleasure of moderating this panel. We have a fantastic lineup today. I think we're going to have a very interesting conversation. And first of all, to put our session into context, when I joined Tour España in 1998, Spain was receiving about 40 million tourists. Now we are already at 85, and this year we are likely to exceed 90 million. So that means during my career, we have added about 50 million tourists. And my career is not over yet. So that means we are in a super high speed growth at the moment. And there are a lot of questions, and I think we're starting a very healthy debate on how to make the industry more sustainable. And this is what we're going to discuss today. Okay, I'm going to start by introducing the panel. And to my left, Jose Juan Lorenzo. He's the managing director of tourism of Canary Islands since September 2020. Jose Juan is an industrial engineer specialized in industrial organization with specific training in smart tourism, data science, and digital transformation. His technical background has allowed him to lead significant projects across various sectors, such as industrial, technological, waste management, and in particular tourism, both in private and public domains. Throughout his more than 30 years professional career, he has spearheaded development of initiatives in artificial intelligence, smart cities, and different platform business models and ecosystems on climate change and energy efficiency. As I said, he's now heading tourism for the Canary Islands, and as such, he's been a very important part of this conversation and debate about the limits of tourism in the Canary Islands. We'll talk about that later. Welcome, Jose Juan. To his left, we have Dr. Rachel Dodds, that comes all the way from Canada, no less, I understand. And Dr. Rachel Dodds is known globally for her work trying to make the tourism industry more sustainable, and he's passionate about change. She's a professor at Toronto Metropolitan University and has published and spoken globally about the topics of over-tourism, sustainable tourism, and consumer behavior for over 20 years. Rachel is not only an academic, she consults to business and governments globally as the director of a consultancy firm, Sustaining Tourism, and a data company called Clever Place, and is also involved in policy work. Rachel was appointed to the Canadian Advisory Council to help create Canada's federal tourism strategy in 2018, and currently sits on Destinations Canada Research Advisory Council, as well as their Events Sustainable Committee. She has also co-authored a book about sustainable travel with children that has been top 10 Best Family Gift Awards by USA Today for 2 years running. So Rachel obviously is in a fantastic position coming from academia, private sector, and public policy to talk about this. Rachel, welcome. Dr. Luigi Cabrini. Luigi Cabrini is the chairman of the board of directors of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council since 2014. He led several initiatives on sustainable tourism and global travel, focusing his activities on tourism and climate change, biodiversity, green economy, heritage, and global partnerships. He was the director of the United Nations WTO, World Tourism Organization, Sustainable Tourism Program, Director for Europe and Secretary of the General Assembly and Executive Council. He also worked in the United Nations High Commission for Refugees, representative in Poland and Spain, and he speaks many languages, Italian, English, French, perfect Spanish, and some Russian and Polish. That won't be necessary today, but Luigi, thank you very much for joining us. And last but not least, Mr. Christoph Kiesling. Mr. Christoph Kiesling joined the family business, the Lotto Park, no introduction needed, in 1995. During his time there, he has held various positions in sales, marketing, and business development. Currently, he's the president of the Loro Parque Foundation, which allocates 1.5 million euros annually towards biodiversity conservation efforts. He also holds the role of vice president of Loro Parque Group and general manager of Siam Park Water Park and Poema del Mar Aquarium in Gran Canaria. Christoph is passionate about animals, staunch advocate for nature, and spearheads the Loro Parque Group's efforts in promoting sustainability and the crucial role of conservation centers in combating the 6 mass extinction. Welcome, Christoph. So, without further ado, let's dive in. Jose Juan, you are now heading the Canary Islands Tourism Board. The Canary Islands has been, since always, at the forefront of tourism development in Spain. You got 7 islands with different development models. And we have recently witnessed public demonstrations asking the government to pivot to a new tourism model here in the Canary Islands. And we seem to be at a turning point. What is your reading of the current situation? What is happening? And second question, what is your approach to sustainability as a public destination marketing office?
Thank you, Enrique. Good morning, everybody. Thank you to the Tenerife Global Summit for the invitation to be here. We are really glad to share our vision and especially to learn everything that we can learn this morning and today. The tourism industry in Canary Islands has experienced a very significant growth in the last years, which has led to the recent public demonstration advocating for a transition toward a more sustainable tourist model, one that set limits on visitor growth, better distribution of the wealth, and offer greater environment protection. The Minister of Tourism and Employment shared this need to improve the tourist model. And indeed, the shift toward a new tourist model was already underway, with 2 clear areas of progress. First, the reform of all outdated tourist legislation that no longer meets the need of 21st century Canary Islands. Thus, in less than a year of the current government, we are progressing with the processing of the first law of sustainability regulation of tourist use of housing, on the modification or the modification of the decree of the active tourism. The second area of focus is the tourist strategy. In 2021, the Canary Island Destination Strategy 2022-2024 was launched. This new strategy established a new purpose for tourists in the Canary Islands. This proposal aims to address the new cycle once recovery for COVID-19, which is determined by a new social consideration of the impact of tourism on the territory, the economy, the environment, and the society in which it develops, from the perspective from both resident and tourists. In this scenario, Canary Island tourists assume the challenge of driving the transformation of the Canary Island tourist model from a triple perspective, combining the creation of value and well-being for citizens, commitment to the climate neutrality, resilience, and competitiveness. In the development of this strategy, tourist promotion does not seek an increase in number of visitors, but attraction of high-value demand segment, which enhance a sand and beach offering and diversify it toward segments such as premium tourism, nature tourism, active tourism, sport training, professional sport training, heritage, and cultural tourism. In the environment field, this strategy allows us to be one of the international leading destinations in climate action under the umbrella of Glasgow Declaration. With the execution of the Climate Action Plan, October 2022, a plan that today already has in production a digital platform that enables Canary Island tourist companies to measure their carbon footprint and create their own emission reduction plan. In parallel, we are advancing with environment awareness campaign aimed at the citizen and visitor. In terms of competitiveness and innovation, we advance with the implementation of the Canary Island Digitalization Plan, January 2021, which has already deployed a unique space for Canary Island tourist data and research portal. The portals from La Gomera, Fuerteventura, and soon La Palma has been integrated into Canary Island portal, as well as a project of accelerating the digitalization of Canary Island tourist experience companies by providing them with booking engine, payment gateways, and access to major OTAs specialized in tourist experience. In summary, the transformation of the Canary Island tourist model is underway and has reached the first milestone, such as attracting more diversified and higher value demand, achieving collective commitment to decarbonization of our economy, and digital convergence that make us more competitive.
Thank you, Jose Juan. So, as we heard, Canary Islands is in the middle of a strategic pivot. They're thinking of or working on a new strategic plan, and I can tell you all that this is happening all across Spain. It's happening at Spain Tourism Board as well. The national government is also thinking what is the new model that we want for the next 10, 15 years that is more sustainable and that is focused on high-value tourists. Rachel. Second. You work both in academia and industry and have been focusing on sustainability for many, many years. What are, in your opinion, the 2-3 key things that are limiting sustainable tourism worldwide and Spain-wide?
Primeramente, gracias para todos y especialmente Eduardo por esta invitación. Me encanta España y también aquí, entonces gracias. Now I'll speak in English. I think there's, as Tom had said, I like to focus. I don't think there's any problems. I disagree. I think there's lots of problems. It's really easy to focus on the problems, but I think we need to start focusing on solutions to these problems. One key thing which is happening globally, and congratulations to Spain because Secatur has done a very good job of setting things up, but we have an issue with data. We like to come up with frameworks, indicators. We have millions of indicators to assess the problems, but nobody collects the data. If they do collect the data, it's not consistent. So it's why we keep referring to the number of arrivals, which we heard this morning. Everybody can can find out how many people get off a plane, but consistently we cannot determine the tons of waste anywhere. And if you do, it's different to the municipality next to you, let alone the country next to you, let alone the continent next to you. So that is the biggest issue. We need to stop focusing on coming up with more frameworks, and we need to start actually collecting data and sharing data on sustainability, not just arrivals or number of jobs. Sorry, Tom. Second is critical mass. We're all talking to the converted. Everybody here is interested in sustainability. We need to stop talking to the converted and stop talking about the need for higher yield, 5-star sustainable tourists, because with those come everyone else. You can't just focus and market to one segment without affecting everyone else. And so we need to stop saying that we want more people to go into nature, we want more ecotourists. I like to hike, I don't want any more people on my trails. No, we need to start focusing on making all-inclusives more sustainable. Focusing on mass, the big hotel chains that have actually perpetuated the traditional model, sorry, but most of them are Spanish, around the world, they need to become more sustainable. That's where we need mass. The majority of people are still going to cruise and go to all-inclusives. Those are the sectors we need to focus on. And I think we need to change the narrative. Organic food has done a very good job. Sustainable tourism and climate change is very negative, right? We just smoke and drink more because we don't want to hear about it. We need to start making it more appealing, and that's where we need to accomplish this change through human behavior. We talk about all these things we need to do, but we forget we're all human, and we are lazy, and we all have big egos. And so unless it's convenient for us, we're not going to change. So the focus on behavioral science to make small incremental changes to get people to change their behavior is the only way we're going to see mass changes. To move from 0 to 100 is not possible. We need to move by 1% at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. I love the make it convenient if you want to have it sustainable. Luigi, GSTC is a non-profit organization that establishes and manages global sustainability standards in the travel and tourism sector. It seems to me that one of the main problems we face is that we lack a common definition of sustainability in the travel industry. We also lack common sustainability standards, and Rachel just mentioned data as a key milestone or a key founding stone of any sustainable transition. Could you please tell us about the work GSTC is developing in this area?
Yes, thank you, Riga. First of all, I say, please, I'm in this panel because I'm now related to all the panelists here. Tour de España joined us as a member 3 years ago, a very important and relevant member for us. Juan Jose was in Lanzarote when you first applied destination, or first applied the GSTC criteria for destinations. Rachel is one of the key speakers in many of our conferences, and I had the honor to receive the Gorilla Prize from Loro Parque Foundation a few years ago, so kind of I feel a bit of a home here. So, well, let me see. No, we back in 2007, with the support of UN agencies, UN Foundation, UNWTO, United Nations Environmental Programme, we looked at all existing literature about standards indicators, and we tried to condensate all that literature, all that information in a set of criteria or standards that could be used by different sectors of tourism. And we started working with what we thought was the more important elements in tourism, hotels and tour operators. So in 2008, we launched the first of these criteria. Then we evolved into criteria for destinations. Last year, we issued the MICE criteria. We're working on attractions now. So what was the idea? Was to have a set of do's and don'ts. There are in fact 42, divided into 4 traditional pillars of sustainability, management, environment, and socioeconomic and cultural. That could be on the one hand, a reference to anyone that wants to increase the level of sustainability of his own company, of his own destinations, but at the same time serve as a reference for what we believe is a bit our most important program, which is to increase the efficiency and the scope of certifications in tourism. We noted back then that there were, and there still are, about 200 tourist certifications, and yet the percentage of products certified in tourism is much smaller than many other sectors, when they have much fewer certifiers. So what we try to do is to create a common reference for all of them, and created a program we call the Assurance Program, whereby those that voluntarily approach us can get at the first level their standards recognized. That means that the wording of what they say is compatible with the globality of the standards that we defined. And then secondly, a higher level of being accredited, so that not only the standards but the procedures to certify, to audit, etc., are in line with the best standards. And why we do that, and why they have an interest in approaching us, because our aim is at the end to create a much better market access for sustainable products. Booking.com is one of our members. We're working with them to make sure that those hotels, those destinations that are certified by a GSTC accredited program get on the first line when someone make a search on the web. And so we do believe that will actually help in increasing the level of sustainability. In fact, Booking.com itself made a survey years ago, and that survey showed that many tourists, many travelers would like to travel sustainable, but they don't find easily where to. So my conclusion was that in fact there is a bit of a more demand than offer of sustainable tourism, and therefore I think that the tools that we're providing could be helpful for that. Last, and then I finish, I think our membership is really very, very diverse, because on the one hand we have big companies. I mentioned Booking.com, TUI, Airbnb, Sheraton, Barcelona in Spain. Over 30 governments joined GSTC because they find the framework, and I think that answered a bit your questions. It's not only for the private sector, but many governments found the relatively concise set of standards as a good guide for strategic plan at national and regional level. And I think that mix, I think it's a bit of strength for us, because on the one hand it means that the big giants are really interested in improving their sustainability level, and that also the public sector is somehow supportive of this scheme. Maybe then later we'll talk about more.
Thank you, Luigi. Hugely important, the work you're doing on defining common standards for the industry. Christoph, Loro Parque has always been a pioneering tourism attraction that has grown and evolved over the years, from exotic animals to theme parks and everything in between. What has been your approach, the approach of your company to sustainability throughout the years, and how do you see the future of the holding, the company, evolving along this sustainable theme?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for letting me share our opinion about this. When my father came to the Canary Islands and we started Loro Park, which was a parrot park in these days, the climber and the location for tourism in the north of Tenerife as the hotspot for tourism, where everybody was building hotels. And my father thought, well, if everybody builds hotels, we should do something as a complementary offer. So he starts with the parrots. And a couple of years later, the mayor of the town called my father because they took away the chimpanzees which street photographers used to put them on tourists to make pictures of them. And they got confiscated, and the mayor called my father saying, can you help me with these chimps? And my father obviously helped, and this was the moment of diversification within the zoo. So from there on, we grew to have about 500 different species at the zoo, and we are like the marine mammal park known for dolphin and orcas as well. Well, the thing is, when we started as the zoo working, so different organizations around the world approached us and said, well, you have parrots or you have dolphins, we need your help to investigate. And when we visit the projects, we actually found out that the sustainability where the project and the real habitat was happening, that there was a lack of knowledge what is sustainability in the origin, in situ, where the animals come from. So from there on, we thought about how can we help in situ, where the animals are, and how can we improve, which is our daily work at the park. So we explored all possibilities to be more sustainable. First of all was renewable energies, then it's plastic-free, then it's doing compost, having a desalination unit, having a depuration unit so that we use our dirt water for the irrigation of the plants. We clean it and we have a closed circle. We don't need water from the island. We have our independency with this. And when you start working on the sustainability of your operation, then you get the certifications. If it's ISO 9001, 14001, EMAS, we were the first biosphere park and hotel with the Hotel Botanico. And nowadays we have more than 20 megawatt of renewable energy. That means we produce for us and for our surrounding. All of this drove us to have, which is a sustainable concept throughout the whole company. And what we do is we try to showcase how easy it is to be sustainable if you make the decision and you don't ask, for example, your clients if they want to have kilometer zero food or not. You decide for your clients and you apply the price, which is the price for the food. So we have contracts with local agricultures so that we get all our products, most from our products, straight from the island. And like this we can offer, which is a kilometer zero kitchen for our animals and for our clients. We had over 3 million visitors last year, and take in consideration that with this amount of visitors we are actually sustainable, and our footprint, carbon footprint, is 10.39 grams per visitor. So we are working, we continue to work, we try to get merchandise locally, nationally, so that we don't depend on transportation from the Far East. So everything is to work on to get your footprint reduced and neutralized. And I believe this is what all of us can do. We just try to understand from where comes the product and how we can reduce it.
Thank you, Christoph. That is a very impressive figure, 10 grams per visitor. Seems like a negligible amount. Now, let's dig into this. We mentioned before, one of the main problems I find we have when discussing sustainability is we lack a common definition of what it is sustainability in travel. I'm sure we ask 5 people in the room and we'll get 6 different opinions. Sustainability, as we all know, is holistic. It's environmental, but it's also social, it's economic. I have my own definition, but I'll keep it for later. I want to hear yours. How do you make an inherently environmentally unfriendly activity, such as traveling, sustainable, and how do we get there? What's the definition of success of a sustainable travel industry? That's a difficult one, guys, but you'll be up to the start.
No, I think that we have a common understanding, but a sustainable tourism destination is one that creates value for value and well-being for the present and future community. A sustainable destination not only aims to reduce environment damage caused by tourists, but also actively inspire the private sector, the companies, the entities, the public entities and society to invest in effort to protect nature and restore restore biodiversity. A sustainable tourist destination is more inclusive, better distribute wealth, and contribute to the well-being of the city. In Canary Islands, and just in a medium terms, success for us in the main indicator will be just thinking in 2030, basic thing, but so important for society. First, reduce our current unemployment rate. In Canary Islands is 14% right now. As much as possible below 10%, just to share a number, no? For reference, tourist employment, direct or indirect, has grown 10.6% since 2019 to reach 344,000 employees in 2022. Second, achieve per capita income about Spanish average. We are on one of the leading tourist destinations in Spain, but we still have an income below the average for in Spain. We can reach this level thanks to the tourist activity, thanks to the sustainability of tourism. Third, met the objective of the Glasgow Declaration. For us is a key point, which means reducing greenhouse emission by 50% on 2030 and being on track to achieve net zero until 2050. And lastly, our most close objectives for us is just on 2026, all the activities, tourist activities that we publish or we list in our hellocanarysisland.com will inform about our carbon footprint. This is how we, in the short term, we understand that we can move forward.
Thank you, Jose Juan. Rachel, over to you.
Sorry.
Thank you. I think we've just noticed from all our speakers this morning that everybody has very interesting, that we all have a different definition of sustainability, right? Some of us have talked about environmental sustainability, someone was talking about cultural sustainability. We're never going to be sustainable, right? The tourism industry cannot be sustainable. It's not a checklist, it's a process. We can all be more sustainable, but this checklist and this idea that sustainability is this mountain that we're going to climb and get to the top and put a flag in it is the problem with human behavior. We need to change our metrics of success. It's not about the definition, it's about what do we define as success. Right now, success is based on the number of arrivals. That's not success, as we've all seen in the media. Residents don't like it, and rightly so. Success and sustainability needs to come from equity, right? Equality, conservation, all these things that we all want, but we need to start changing the metrics. We don't want checklists. It's not a question of doing it and moving on, and all tourism needs to change. We can't just have this ideal element over in the corner somewhere that's sustainable and then everyone just goes business as usual, because that's exactly what governments are doing. You know, there's amazing things going on in the Canary Islands, but you'll never be carbon neutral because people have to fly to get here, right? It's not going to happen unless you stop having tourism. And that's not an option because it's such a huge part of the GDP. So for me, it's not about whether or not we're defining it, it's about how we're going to achieve it and start moving those small denominators to change people's behaviors rather than everyone buying into the next word, which is regenerative. And I mean, I'm only 21, but I remember when it was eco and slow and green and responsible. We'll have another one next year. So we need to stop talking about the definition and start talking about action.
Thank you. Luigi.
Yes, I think in the same line, we always like to define sustainability as a journey. I mean, you don't have a final price. In fact, the way that we word our criteria are mostly maximize benefits and reduce negative effects. And I think this is really the approach that we need to have for sustainability. And also, it seems obvious, but sometimes people tend to forget that there are different concepts of sustainability depending on the tourist segment you're addressing. Sustainability, you cannot address sustainability only in niche tourism. I mean, sustainability is not being an ecotourist lodge. Sustainability, you have to address the millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of tourists traveling every year. So applying the different standards and different parameters according to where we are. Now, we got new labels, the regenerative tourism, the nature positive tourism, etc. I don't know. I can understand that because obviously the word sustainability, it is a bit obsolete. We had a session in our last conference called Talking About Sustainability Without Talking About Sustainability. That means you have to transmit and convey what is a positive about the customers, about the traveler, because this is basically the only way we can promote it. I mean, going in a sustainable hotel should not be a sacrifice, should be an enjoyment. You should have a better quality experience, not having cold because you're told that you are saving on heating or in air conditioning. So there is an issue, first, of getting this, hopefully a slow improvement, and at the same time change a bit the narrative about what sustainability is, and be able, to communicate it rightly.
Thank you, Luigi. Christoph, how do we define sustainability? What does success look like, and how do we get there?
Well, first of all, we have to bear in mind that our world population is growing continuously. So this year we will approach the number of 8,200,000,000 inhabitants on the planet. So all of these people, they live on the 30% of land space there is. And we have one thing in common. With our wealth, with our development, with our evolution, we want to know new places, we want to travel. So people want to have vacations. So tourism is the freedom for decision what to do with your free time. And we should not restrict it. We should help them to be more sustainable. So I believe that the industry, if it's airplane industry, cars, or whatever transportation mode, they are looking for alternatives for the fuel. So we get synthetic fuel, biofuel. So we hope that in the future, the carbon footprint for traveling will not be as contaminating as today. So sustainability is an evolution which grows together with the demand. And tourism hotspots, they learn how to be more sustainable. Like we can show some people or some other parks or hotels what we have done, and they can learn, and everybody will develop, which is higher sustainability. I believe that we have to look at the touristic destinations. We have to talk to the responsible politicians so that we apply, which is sustainability, as a law, as a demand. There is no alternative than to work sustainable. If we achieve this, we would have the possibility to live, travel with sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Christoph. We're mindful of the time, so we will like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Please specify if your question is aimed at panelists or the whole panel. I think we can take a couple of questions. Anybody?
This is really just a thought for all of you. I'm particularly interested in the informal economy and the micro businesses that exist in tourism and the destinations we all visit. And that generally within the formalized initiatives around sustainability seems to be an area that we literally brush under the carpet. Is there any way of engaging being more inclusive in engagement in terms of sustainability, so that it becomes part of a community, a social mindset within destinations, rather than being the responsibility or seen to be the responsibility of the large players?
Well, we have a program that we call Destination Assessment, which is basically for those destinations that wish to somehow start a journey towards sustainability and maybe far away, and actually our expert look at how the situation of the destination matches with the criteria that were elaborated. And I think that process always starts with putting together a group of stakeholders, and we always try to include not only the local governments or the big tour operators or the big hotel owners, but also to include, I would say, the smaller, maybe forgotten group of people working in tourism that sometimes they have little representations or little force in the decision making. And honestly, we found that as larger as this group was, and I think in a way the better the success of the projects in evaluating together where were the deficiencies, the strong point, the weak points, and setting a roadmap. So in our, say, little experience, we found that process has been helpful in including people or groups that otherwise will not be included.
I think it's a good point. As I look around, and everyone here pretty much is white and over the age of, well, I'm not going to say. I think I worked on a project with the Travel Foundation actually in school, in my classes last semester, and it was my students who came up with the ideas, but they said, how do we be more inclusive to everyone to make sure that a voice is heard? And I made my students solve the problem. And my students, of course, are a little bit younger than me, and from a majority of diverse backgrounds. I think in my class we had 17 different nationalities, 8 different skin colors, if that's even possible, and said, how would you solve the problem? And I think what really came to me is that maybe we need to start asking different people to solve the problems, because we keep asking ourselves and we're not getting anywhere. Our young people, our diverse, our immigrants, our newcomers to our countries have really good ideas, but they're left out of the conversations in traditional consulting, in traditional government approaches, and even in traditional academic approaches. And so we can all, are we asking our neighbor what they think?
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience over there?
Well, thank you very much in the first place. I have a question for Dr. Rachel Dodds. I wanted to link or ask a question that links two things you said. One is about redefining success. So success is not tourist numbers. And then the other one you said that, please correct me if I'm wrong, if we want to make a change, we should address the big players. So my question is, what are the arguments for redefining success when you talk to these big players in the industry that in the first place got that big because of that definition they had of success?
It's a good question. You should be up here, not me. I mean that we talk a lot of focus, even when we had our director from the UN Tourism Association here, she was talking about running something for social enterprise, right? We immediately switched that it should just be the small and medium-sized enterprises, or we should go after the 5-star sustainable value-added tourist. I mean, we need to start focusing on the masses with our big issues. But in terms of redefining our success, we can't keep focusing on volume. We have to focus on value. And the big players, they know, right? If you change, when Accor hotels changed their supply chain, that one decision trickled down, and every single supplier to Accor changed their practices to be more responsible within a 2-month time frame, right? That level of change that happened by one big player changing to become more responsible shifted the entire supply. That's what I mean by focusing on big. If we keep focusing on, the eco-lodge in Guatemala, no, right? That carbon footprint to get there alone is never going to make it sustainable. So there needs to be a balance, but we need to be more inclusive. But if the big players and the all-inclusives and the cruise ships are not at the table, which they're not at the moment, it doesn't matter what the SMEs in the world are doing, because that's not critical mass. I'm no offense, I'm sorry, Luigi, but less than 1% of tourism businesses are certified. But we spend the majority of the time talking about certification. Maybe we need to change our metrics of success. Please, sorry.
Yeah, no, I think you share the same analysis, but this is why we should increase them, because we believe that certification, and especially if it is certified by third parties, is the only way that you're not greenwashing. And I think this is essential for the credibility of having sustainability on the table. But to answer your question, definitely, and we have one of our members, TUI, that has got now over 90% of their hotels certified by GSTC program. But not only that, we apply the principle of preferred contracting. That means that they only contract those companies that are applying sustainability criteria. So I think this is definitely key. And as I mentioned, we are a small organization and we're big giants joining, so I say definitely is not to have GSTC on the visit card. They just don't need that. So it means, I think, that there is a genuine interest. I think there is the understanding, I think the acceptance of the fact that for a company that wants to be in business in the next 15, 20, 25 years, unless the whole environment, improves or stop deteriorating, it's going to be difficult. We are seeing many examples now, even here in the Canary Islands. So I think it's definitely a need that is there and that is recognized. I would like that we could do more. I mean, Royal Caribbean also, they're only using now tour operators who are certified by GSTC program. I mean, there are a lot of other problems with cruising companies, but I think it's a small step, because, tour operations in certain destinations are really affecting, the local resident, etc. So we try to improve on that, But obviously, I think it is a chain. I mean, you need to have the big companies, you need to have the pressure from the public, and you need to have the engagement of the politicians. I think these are the three elements which I think are essential if you really want to progress steadily.
One more question there.
Thank you, all the panelists. It's really interesting meeting we are talking now. Luz Marina, Port of Tenerife. I want to know the point of view about the measure and the sustainability program that cruises implemented right now.
Could you repeat the question?
About Tenerife?
One of point of view, Port of Tenerife, one of point of view now talking about cruises, why is your point of view that the measure or the project that we now implementing in our cruises, that they came to our island? We have so many big company that...
I don't have an answer specific for cruising line. What we are doing in Canary Island as a government of the whole island and in tourism is just, first of all, the thing when you approach to climate action plan, you have to know where you are, of course, and you have to measure. So we, in 2019, we estimate the carbon footprint for the whole estimate. We make estimation. Estimation is better than nothing. Is the first step. We make estimation of the whole activity, including air connectivity, of course, including cruising line. The point is that we don't have data. No, this is the point. So, for example, it's not the case where if you ask to me or to us about air connectivity, I will give you the answer right now. because we have all the operation, we have all the plane, we have all the engine, so we know the factor of emission, and we know that in Canary Island, flying, going and back to Canary Island are about 5 this year, the year 2022 was 5.4 million tons of CO2 equivalent. With the cruiser, we are the entity who has more data are the port authorities. No? Here in Santa Cruz, for example, we have the ship in the middle of the city, even in Gran Canaria. They have a big emission there. They are working to electrify the harbor, and they are making big investment. So I didn't have an answer, as I said before. We know what are the numbers we estimate. In 2022, we make a better estimation. In 2023, we will make a better estimation. We are on the state that to understand the problem, to understand where are the sources of the data, and to collect them and to work together. So I think that we have planned a climate action plan, and we are going forward with this new field that tourists are working. So I don't have the answer, but we are getting more closer.
It was not like a correct answer or not. It's the point of view do you have about, because I am the port authority here, and I work really hard for be more attractive for small cruises or cruises that improve all the engineer stuff for me more sustainability. We get more than 200 cruises with LNG. There's less, it's more sustainability. Also, they have solar plant inside, waste management. We try to be the port authority like example that the tourists that we want in our island. This one that they have their own water treatment, and is this kind of sector that be attractive for our locals, because they improve, like cruises line, improve a lot for this kind of project right now. And my question was your point of view that you are in the other side, not like in contact like us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're going to wrap up the session on time, although we started a bit late. And as the chair, now's the time for me to place the government commercials. Yeah, and I will put forward our definition of sustainability. We believe that travel is environmentally unsustainable, but it becomes a sustainable industry when the impact it generates on the local community and residents is higher than the environmental cost. Okay, it's a rough definition, but we're all focusing on high-value tourism. And high-value tourism is tourists that travel off-season. They go to places that are not crowded. They spend a bit more, and they have a more respectful and conscious behavior when they are there. And a lot of destinations are moving towards this direction, and we don't have the definition yet, but we're pretty chipping in and getting close on what we believe. I started mentioning 1998, 40 million tourists. 1984, Tour España was founded, and our first international campaign was Spain, everything under the sun. We have managed to conduct the whole panel without talking about our global warming, which is unbelievable. Congrats to us. But look, we are in a turning point now, and it might be the slogan. The slogan might be Spain, everything but the sun, if global warming continues to accelerate at this rate. My point is we are in the middle of, I think, a pivotal moment. We're seeing the limits of growth in Spain. As I mentioned, we might exceed 90 million tourists this year. And I think this panel was a very, very interesting conversation on a lot of things. I took a lot of notes here. Sustainability is a journey. I love the definition of Christoph. The tourism industry is about the freedom to do what you like with your free time. I thought that was genius. We also, Jose Juan mentioned that the first thing that sustainability has to do is to generate wealth, and I agree. The first objective of the ODS, the Sustainable Development Objectives, is to reduce poverty, right? So we never should lose focus on the economy. Sustainable has to be economically viable. Rachel mentioned convenience. People will behave sustainably if it's convenient and easy. We shouldn't lose track of that one as well. Data. We need more and more data standards. We need to act on actionable data, and I think that's a gap that we all have. And I think the white elephant in the room, walk the talk. How do we start doing instead of talking that much? And maybe that will be a suggestion for our next panel, concrete and specific actions on moving forward in big leaps and quick wins towards sustainability. So thank you very much to all the panelists and to the audience. I think it's been a great session, and we'll be around for lunch if you want to continue conversation with the panelists. Thank you.
Hello again. I want to translate that because many questions about the vertical forum this afternoon. Please, forum verticals will be here in the faculty, over there, in 2 rooms there. So please, don't take any taxi bus to the Santa Cruz. The forum vertical is here, in the faculty. Okay? Coming. Thank you. Dimitrios, where is Dimitrios? Dimitrios coming? You, Dimitrios,
¿Nos ponemos? ¿Nos sentamos aquí?
Sí, sí. Hay que cambiar los carteles.
Esto lo puedo cerrar ya. Pero ella te la ponemos ahora. Ah, no, vale, queda igual con la... No, la presentación. Ya está. ¿Tienes pasador? Activado para pasar. ¿Puedo igual aquí? Ah, en cualquier lado, donde quiera. Está todo funcionando.
Sí. Good morning and welcome to this innovative talk. I'm Roberto Sandulli, professor here at Laguna University. It's my honor and privilege to be here as a chair for today's session. Actually, I'm going to try to be shorter because the food is coming. I think all of us, we are starving. Now we're embarked on a journey into the future of our industry with a focus on a very important and forward-thinking topic, the Horizon 2050. Horizon 2050 is just not a speculative projection, but a strategic blueprint that will shape and redefine the travel and tourism sector. So, without further delay, let's introduce our panelists. So we have Alicia Fajardo. Alicia is a tourism expert and strategist with 2 decades of experience in the tourism and travel sector. She leverages her expertise to foster sustainable tourist policies, projects, and public strategies on an international scale, with a significant experience working with European destinations. As a sustainable tourism specialist at the Travel Foundation, Alicia conducts comprehensive destination research, designs strategic roadmaps, and leads capacity building workshops. She has delivered impactful projects, including partnership with major players like EasyJet Holidays and Everstar, and climate action planning for European organizations like Nextour and European Travel Commission. Then we have Antonio Santos, president of the Tourism Society think tank. He has been working in the field of culture, education, and tourism for more than 30 years, beginning in 1992. He contributed to the development and promotion of Expo 92 and the Barcelona Olympic Games closing ceremony. From 94 to 96, he advised Minister Carmen Alborg on cultural issues and worked with the Ibero-American Cooperation Platform. And from 2010 to 2022, he has been a member of the board of the Affiliated Members Program of the World Tourism Organization and one of the United Nations expert panel. As well as that, since 2016, he has directed the Global Shopping Tourism Network and contributed to initiatives like Tourist Passport and the digitalization of the tourism industry. And last but not least, we have the Professor Dimitri Bouhalis. He's director of the Air Tourism Lab and deputy director of International Center for Tourism and Hospitality Research at Bournemouth University Business School in UK. He is a strategic management and marketing expert with specialization in information communication technology application in the tourism, travel, hospitality, and leisure industries. He is the editor-in-chief of Tourist Review and the editor-in-chief of the Encyclopedia of Tourism Management and Marketing. Professor Bouhalis has authored over 25 books and 400 articles, recognized as the highly cited researcher by Clarivate, and he's among the Stanford top 2 of scientists. About citation, Google Scholar, he ranks the 2nd position in tourism, 1st in hospitality, with more than 75,000 citations and 116 with H index. Professor Bouhalis, as well as that, he collaborates with the United Nations World Tourism Organization and the World Bank. And you want further information, he has also a website, bouhalis.com. So let's start with Alicia.
¿Sí? ¿Funciona? Sí. Okay. Thank you, Roberto, and thank you, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here today, and I really thank the organization for the opportunity to be part of this discussion today. Well, our topic is not easy. It's tourism in the 2050 horizon, which is, wow, what it will be. And I would like to start the discussion about this future of tourism by sharing some thoughts, and interestingly, very much linked with the previous discussion about the success in tourism, because, well, certainly it's not easy to envision the future of the tourism industry in 2050, and it sounds like a thing of science fiction, especially when considering, on the one hand, the planetary crisis that we are going through, and on which we need to focus on and find solutions for our own existence. And on the other hand, we cannot forget about the context of the challenges that many destinations are facing, especially since we resumed the activity after COVID stronger than ever. And destinations also should be prepared to manage the foreseen scenario of continuous growth in the future. But even if it's not easy to envision this future scenario, the only sure thing that we have is that tourism in the 2050 year will be what we want it to be. And we assume that everyone in this room and anyone working in the tourism sector will want to have a very beautiful industry and thriving, and an industry that makes everyone happy and capable to reduce the negative impacts to the minimum. And that's a thing. And actually, it would be crazy to talk about tourism in the future without looking at the present. And let's be honest, the exponential growth of the tourism industry during the last decades has posed many challenges for many destinations around the world. And tourism brings economic benefits, yes, but at what cost? And it's absolutely okay to recognize that our destination at some point is not perfect, and that in this pathway of growth we can find issues with waste management, with water availability, with economic dependency, or community satisfaction with the tourism. Because, let's be clear, tourism has many hidden costs that traditionally haven't been accounted for, and as we already showed in our report, the invisible burden of tourism. And in many cases, we have far surpassed many of the limits of the resources that sustain the places. The most important thing here is that we, as a destination, we are capable to recognize early warning signs and put measures in place to change the course of these challenges. It is all about going into the problems rather than getting away from them. So how do we change this course? And how do we all work together with a mission to build a flourishing industry in 2050 or even earlier? As we gather together these days to set the state of the art of tourism, we need to ask many questions, and questions that may be a bit uncomfortable for some, but one way or another, we need to rethink the value that tourism brings to the places where the activity takes place. And in this rethinking scenario, the first question we should be asking ourselves is, why do we want tourism? What is the value that tourism brings to our community? Is it economic benefits? Then let's look honestly at where this money goes and to the net benefit that the industry brings to our place. Is it jobs? Then let's have a look at the quality of this employment and how residents can benefit from this, to what extent they have the opportunity to develop skills, and to what extent they are proud of hosting and sharing the uniqueness of their place. Is it protection of the very resources that sustain the place? Then let's check what is the current status of the assets of the place, or let's check the status of biodiversity. And is it well-being for local communities thanks to the development of public services or infrastructure? Then let's check how happy they are with tourism happening in the places they build and they take care of during the whole year. But even if we all want the same kind of thing, of course, no one wants the tourism industry to destroy places. Success in tourism is sometimes understood in different ways and with different approaches. And in this point is what we are trying to get an agreement, which is not easy. And we are working with many destinations and tourism stakeholders with the aim of building a common vision, a shared common vision of tourism, bringing the best value for communities. We are helping to understand what the main challenges of tourism are, how interconnected they are, and why they are happening in a place. And we also help to identify key leverage points to unlock a more regenerative development of tourism. And going into practice, we put this into our projects with our tool called the Optimal Value Framework. And this is a strategic approach that can be used to help destination stakeholders work together to understand and optimize the value of tourism for their community, agree on more balanced measures of success, and prioritize the most important impact areas for them to manage carefully. This framework helps identify the strategic levers that increase the benefits and minimize the cost or negative impacts of tourism to the destination. These impacts can be mapped to the donor destination, a model which helps us to see the balance needed in tourism. There is a safe space for destination development where tourism is sustainable. When limits are exceeded, like in this example with the greenhouse gas emissions shown in red or waste near the threshold in orange, we enter a danger zone. In the center, the red area indicates where there's a lack of resources or shortfall. Any economy at risk is at risk when moving out of the safe zone. By analyzing available data, the framework can tell us how in balance or out of balance the destination is and point out for opportunities for shifts. We have applied this framework to some destinations, and some examples are Lake Tahoe and Vail in the United States, and we have helped them to optimize the value of tourism and bring the findings to the strategic planning for the destination, very much focused on a destination stewardship approach. But we are not only working with destinations, we are also working with the private sector, and we are helping companies such as EasyJet Holidays or very recently Iberostar. We are helping them to understand, on the one hand, the limits for their operations in some destinations, and one of them was precisely Tenerife, and on the other hand, to explore how they can not only reduce the negative impact of their operations, but also bring back to the community and support the regeneration of the place. This was very briefly one of the examples, and I know that we are very limited on time, and this was one of the examples I wanted to bring and share with you all today, but we at the Trial Foundation, we are also working on other topics, such as equity and climate action in tourism, and you can find all the information on our website, as well as the full information of these projects that I share with you. And I really encourage you to visit the website and check what we do. But for today, what I wanted to highlight in this forum is that we all have a responsibility and a role to play in building this future for tourism, and we have the opportunity to make this a beautiful industry of happiness. So let's envision a future where tourism supports the world to adapt and thrive. Thank you. And here's my...
Thanks so much, Alicia, for this really interesting topic about the optimal value framework. So let's move on to Antonio.
Good morning. It's okay? Okay. Good morning. My name is Antonio Santos. And thanks for Roberto and Eduardo and organization. It's a fantastic meeting. I am the president of the Tourism and Society think tank. It's an institution first in the 2021, who's just on the COVID. It's very, very important because the friends here in the meeting, I batched my concepts of the meeting on the purpose. You know? Tourism Society think tank is currently have more than 1,058 registered member professional institutions, university, and then a big organization in the world. Yesterday, I think we think what is the future in the tourism in the world and the Gran Canaria and the Iceland? No? The topics more important is sustainability and responsibility into topics, especially sustainability. One moment. Yes. Yeah. Sustainability and destinations, the demand, the rent, the demand, and reduce environment and the impact, principal the travel, and two topics are very important in the next year is the technology and digital experience, principally maintaining and emitting and virtual reality, changing the use and transportation, for example, air taxi, for example, high-speed train in experience in Tokyo, in Japan, or for example, the extreme personalization of tourism experience. It's very, very important here in AE. The more important is in 2050 is a demographic and social change. Principle again of the population, mainly in so-called third world, and the growth of the middle class. The first, space tourism, neo-territorial type, normalization and hybrid tourism, commercial space travel is important, and the sea, and increasing democratization. 5 is the cultural experiential tourism, authenticity and personalization. Tourism will seek authentic and personalized experience, preferring immersion in local culture and activities that offer a genuine connections with the destinations. 6, innovations and hospitality and service, smart hotels, sharing economy, and other type of the sharings. 7, new regulatory and political change. Visa policy is very important in some countries, especially in Asia and Latin America, and safety and health. 8, change in communication. What you will see is WhatsApp in 2050. It's other mode of the communication in the destination and tourism. It's important the social network and digital marketing. Social network will continue to be a crucial tool for promotion destinations and interacting with tourists allowing them more to get effective marketing. And then language and translation is in real time. 9, tourist intelligence. All implementers are smart destination, real-time feedback platform, advanced analytics. And 10 is the change in regulation imbalance in tourist arrival and spending. Principal regulation and tourist flows, distributions of tourist spending, and fiscal and incentive policies. But now, y ahora lo voy a decir en español, en la discusión que tuvimos anoche, lo importante no creo que es lo que pase en el mundo, sino lo importante es lo que quiere Canarias para el 2050. Es decir, cómo se organizan ustedes, instituciones, privados, públicos, academia, para saber de dónde vienen, dónde están y lo que quieren en el futuro. Me parece que nadie desde fuera les puede indicar a ustedes qué es lo que tienen que hacer. Se les puede decir, experiencias, conocer, pero creo que es el momento ahora de saber qué va a pasar dentro de 26 años y cómo se llega allí, a ese momento. Porque tienen dos opciones, como decía Eduardo esta mañana. O matan la gallina de los huevos de oro o siguen viviendo de ella y la van engordando, además para poder vivir mejor todos. Yo creo que esa es la clave de saber el momento de ahora y a dónde se quieren dirigir. Porque si preguntan por ahí, cada institución, cada persona, cada representante tiene un comentario diferente. Es como que todo el mundo tiene una idea y no se ponen ustedes como muy de acuerdo. Me parece que un evento como este puede ser un sitio fantástico para generar una mesa donde estén todos representados y de manera tranquila puedan saber a dónde se quieren dirigir. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thanks so much, Antonio, for the key points that are very important for stakeholders at all levels, policymakers and industry leaders. And last but not least, Professor Buhalis.
Tiene una.
You don't have.
Do I online? No, you download online. You go online and you download. Go to online. Nice.
So waiting for the presentation of Professor Buhalis, there is any question for Alicia or for Antonio? Just waiting for the, we had to wait a little bit. Okay. Yeah, there is a question over there. Please, the micro. Yeah. This. Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. There are two questions. Sorry.
Well, thank you very much. I have a question for Ms. Alicia Fajardo. So my question is, you talked about limits when you showed this framework you're using. You're trying to bringing destinations into the safe zone, no? Setting limits up and downwards. So, this word, we talk a lot about sustainability, and this word limits brings a lot of controversy, and also right now in the Canarian society, it really divides. We're either, like Mr. Antonio Santos said, we either kill the golden hen or we make it thicker and fatter. So my question is, if you're working together with these destinations and also companies, like you mentioned, how do you cope with this type of paradox when we talk about limits? And also, how do these players react when we talk about limits?
Wow. That's my answer. It's a very profound question, I believe, because in the previous discussion, I think, I don't know who was that was mentioning the thing of freedom that tourism is doing whatever you want to do. And during the last decades, and with this economic model that we have, it's capitalism, we are very much used to don't put limits to anything. And we need to put them. We need to put limits because look at this situation. Look at where we are now, where we are with climate change, where we are with the societal crisis, with the crisis with water that we are having, the equity crisis. So there's no other way than putting limits. In our industry, we tend to avoid certain words, like limits, like degrowth. And degrowth is not killing the X, but it's just precisely looking at the best value that tourism brings to the place. And to be completely honest, when I started working with EasyJet Holidays and at the Trial Foundation, they told me, okay, you are going to work with them. And I said, what? But thinking about that is like it's a very good news. It's a very good news that we as a charity, as an independent organization, that we can say the things that other from the public sector or private sector cannot say, even if they think about that. We had the opportunity to tell EasyJet Holidays, you need to put limits, and these are your limits in the destination, because the destination is suffering about water availability, because there is a problem with waste management. And at least they have the information, and they have the responsibility then to decide what to do with all this information. And of course, we encourage them and we help them to put in place actions to solve these situations and to do obviously something with that. But it's encouraging. It's encouraging, challenging, but encouraging. And recently, we have been working, as I said, with two of the main players in at least in Spain, Iberostar, which is not only in Spain but globally, and they are doing a super job in sustainability, even if they are a big hotel chain and with have expanded this Spanish tourism model that, let's not talk about that, but they are starting to move things, and that's at least the good news.
Thank you.
There's another question, Professor Baum. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Buenas tardes. Okay. Let's wake up a little bit. 94, back in sunny Glasgow. I was just trying to finish my PhD, and I've written a paper about what I used to call regionally degraded computer information reservation management systems. I had to say it fast. And it was really about integrated systems that will manage destinations. 30 years later, on the third edition of Tourism State of the Art, Eduardo sends me a message that says, Dimitrios, we'll do it. Where? In Tenerife? Whoa. Are you sure? Yes. Can you help? I'll do. Thank you. Vision. 30 years later, we're going from place to place talking about sustainability. We are comparing apples with oranges. We are comparing this ideal kind of situation where the environment, nobody is touching it, nobody is having any other economic activities, the world is, the employees are having fantastic jobs that
Someone is paying them, but they are not very active and they are not spending a lot of energy and, versus the bad tourism. And what we find now all over the world is a wave of anti-tourism. When I said to people, I'm going to Tenerife, I said, why do you go to Tenerife? They don't want tourists. It's all on the media. People are protesting, they don't want you. Why do you go to Tenerife? So we need to wake up and smell the coffee. I've been in tourism for 42 years. Started as a waiter from the age of 12. Assistant waiter. For the last 35 years, I've been researching in tourism. For the last 25 years, I've been going around the world trying to inform people and have an impact of what we do in research. And guess what's happening? We are managing tourism by photo opportunity. People are coming up in conferences like that, they open up the conference, they are congratulating each other for opening the conference, and they go home to do more important things. The reservado chairs are empty. We are not having serious conversations. We are not. Okay. So we need to wake up and smell the coffee. There are basic things that we cannot do. We still cannot put signs on the food to say what is on the food. We still cannot regulate temperatures. Very often I'm going to places where you are freezing. You go in and you are freezing. At least here we don't have plastic bottles, okay? So we really need to get serious about these things. Now, 2050. How many years away is 2050? Do you know? Anybody who knows? You see, we cannot do maths. 26 years. I'm probably not going to be around. If I continue doing what I'm doing, the possibility of being around in 2050 is very little. So I will not be accountable for what I'm going to say, and Tom is not going to say, hey, you told us at that time, those things. So anyway, so this is a little bit of depressing news. If you like to connect with me, that's my digital footprint. This is the books. I've just did a renovation in my house, and I put all my books together. And I sent a picture to the Minister of Tourism in Greece, and I said, look, you're responsible for the Greek tourism, right? Have you read any of this stuff? No, none of the ministers have read any of this stuff. They're just driving blind, taking pictures, right? Photo opportunity. Anyway, a little bit of advertising. We're going to do a conference in Malta about Mediterranean tourism. Please come along to that. Then we're doing the Enter conference. Zach is at the back. He's the president of IFIT. And he asked me to help this year in chairing again IFIT in Wrocław in Poland. And then in Dijon in France 25, we're doing the Association of Marketing Science conference, and I'll be driving the marketing thing. End of advertising. So some of the big issues that we cannot resolve today, never mind about by 2050. Peace and war, poverty and food security, income inequality, diversity and inclusion, resilient societies, climate sustainability, wealth and wellness, artificial intelligence, and autonomous technology. These are the big things that research needs to address those things. The tourism needs to support those things. We've done a lot of research about how tourism is addressing the Sustainable Development Goals by opening each of the Sustainable Development Goals and looking specifically what it can do. And of course, you cannot have generalizations that tourism is bad or good or that or the other. You need to go into granularity, and you need to understand exactly what's happening, where it's happening, where is the seasonality, where's the resources, where are the issues of vulnerability. Anyway, you didn't invite me to talk about this, but at least I got your attention. Frustrated researcher here, 35 years later, we keep talking about the same things. We're doing very little. And the people who must know are not in the room. And the worst thing is that you have voted for them. And you'll vote again for them. Okay, make sure that you vote for people who are in the room. So, big things, smart tourism, ambient intelligence, artificial intelligence, metaverse, robots and autonomous. Of course I'm not going to say these things in 7 minutes, right? So you need to read the books and the articles. So we did with Zach's, what is the impact of artificial intelligence in marketing in general? We're looking into how artificial intelligence is going to transform the guest experience and how it's going to transform intermediation, distribution, and how it will transform all the engagement of all the different players, so they'll be able to communicate in a different way. Now, a lot of people are asking me about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not about technology. It's not evolutionary. It's not the next technology. Most of my students, when they write their first essay with me, they write artificial intelligence, and in fact, you can take out artificial intelligence and put technology in there, and makes perfect sense. It is not like that. Artificial intelligence is revolutionary. Why? Because artificial intelligence makes decisions for you. It does not support decision making by humans. It makes decisions and progresses things. It also learns. It uses machine learning and learns from the decisions and learns of what's happening. So in that sense, it's revolutionary and it's going to change everything that we're doing. We did a big article with, for the International Journal of Information Management with many colleagues from around the world. And I was responsible to look into what ChatGPT is going to do for tourism management and marketing. Effectively, you've got two sides. You've got the tourist. And what we say on the tourist is that it's going to, your artificial intelligence agent is going to go out and look for information and makes decisions for you. For the time being, if you want to go on holiday, you're sacrificing two things. One is money, the other thing is time. And because you don't have awfully a lot of time, you kind of have some preconditions and you compromise by selecting something that you'll find quickly. Now, if you've had endless time and endless resources, you would have searched much more to identify what is actually satisfying your needs and your demands, whoever you are, what context it is. And again, I don't have the time to talk about tourism demand, but tourism demand is one of the most complicated issues to address. On the supply side, artificial intelligence will enable us to talk to everybody 24/7, scale our provision, engage with people in real time, and provide specialized, personalized, contextualized information. Now, I'll give you a quick example, because obviously we don't have a lot of time. If you ask Google right now, and most of you are asking Google, what Google typically says is, I do not know the answer, but I know all these people who know the answer. So I was asking here, I cannot see anymore, because this is a very small street. How do you go to Kalamata, where my parents are coming from, in the south of Greece? And I said, where can you go with kids in Kalamata, what can you do? So Google says, I have no idea, but I know the people who know. So these are the links that they're going to give you an answer. ChatGPT is coming back with a full comprehensive answer that's addressing a lot of different things. So that's a simple thing as far as information is concerned. I think where we'll see a lot of things is in images and collateral development. So this is Poseidon Temple on the Cape Sunio in Athens. And what happens is that people see this when they go, and they just see some ruins, right? But what we're trying to do is we're trying to get them to imagine what this place used to be 500,000 years ago. And of course, a lot of the images are going to be coming like this, to the degree that they are historically accurate. They'll be able to engage people, and then through metaverse, I'm going to talk in a minute, you're going to be part of this. You are not going to kind of trying to imagine what was this place about. And Again, on Metaverse, we are bringing together artificial intelligence. We're trying to bring augmented reality, mixed reality, and virtual reality to bring all of those things together. What's happening is that a new ecosystem is emerging. And the new ecosystem will have the middle line, which is effectively consumer behavior with technology. And then you'll have a whole range of tourism suppliers on top that they'll provide kind of information that they've got. And then you have got a whole range of different community and peers that they're going to engage in conversation with those people in order to select the right places, in order to travel accordingly. The last thing I'm going to talk about is robots. And robots are here to stay. Robots are everywhere. And especially the more you go to Asia, you find robots there. And yes, robots are going to take jobs, but jobs that people do not want to do. I don't know anybody who really desperately wants to be a cleaner, or I don't know anybody who really desperately wants to be a pot washer. I'm having endless fights with chefs because they really enjoy cutting carrots for 8 hours a day, or they really want to do the work like that for 12 hours a day, right? Have you done a stir fry? Imagine do it as a career, and you're doing that. What's going to happen here? Exactly. So anyway, robots are coming forward, and again, there are several research that we're doing about what brings robots in, and who is responsible, and what are the criteria that they're using. What is the consumers? How are they going to engage with the robots? And why would they use robots? And the quick answer is, if they're useful, and if they're easy to use, they'll use robots. And the issue about security, information security and privacy, it's always coming like that. So Eduardo is looking at me in a funny way. So please buy the Encyclopedia of Tourist Management and Marketing that has got 3,500 pages of, and 2 million words on tourism. And this is where you connect with me. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Professor Bujales, for this amazing presentation. So, any question for, I don't know, see, Professor Baum, I don't know, you had a question before? Yeah. Yeah.
When you look down your, the benefits, if you like, of tourism, you had economic and you had employment. Or the impacts, more impacts, yeah. And I think that's the traditional way we see employment, and obviously, and I think that's part of the problem, that actually employment is a social impact, and we should be measuring things like how many weekends do the kids have to spend without their parents because they're working in the hotel, and things like that. And that would be far more relevant in terms of understanding the impact. And I mean, Dimitri, you showed the SDGs, and the one that really irritates me is SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. The two are not synonymous. The two, you can have decent work without economic growth. You can have economic growth, and you do have, without decent work. So the two should be separated off. So I think it comes back to how we use language, and I think so much of the problem, and I mean, I take your point, Dimitri, about the absence of some of the decision makers here, and that's very typical of academic conferences anyway. But it's when we sort of, I think it's almost intellectually lazy. We just accept the boxes in which people put things in, and we need to be much, much more critical. So it's more of a comment. It's not aimed at you or anything at all, but I think it's so important that we actually see things like employment and impact not just in the obvious boxes. In fact, they all link together. They all fit into they're all interlinked comprehensively.
I cannot agree more with you. Yes, because if you see our framework that we work with the destinations, it's like really systemic. And the problem that we have with the problem that the sustainability has brought is this working in silos, that this is economic sustainability, this is social sustainability, this is environmental sustainability. And these certifications and all these criteria and frameworks that is like working in boxes and ticking boxes and criteria. And it's something that the regenerative approach, the regenerative development is trying to refocus, bringing this systemic and holistic vision, and of course, employment relates to economy, but also to social and environmental, because we need to see what kind of employment they have, and etc., etc. So I agree.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we don't have more time for questions, so let's finish with this session. Thank you so much for all the panelists, and let's talk in 1 hour. I think we start the vertical forum, right?
Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Big applause. So, out of the room, we have another lunch. We have an hour. Don't forget, at 3 o'clock, we have the parallel session close to the lunch. So enjoy the lunch. It's a nice lunch. So thank you very much for all of big morning discussing the future of tourism. Thank you.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you bonita, bonita and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la isla bonita.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you Bonita, Bonita, and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la isla bonita.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you Bonita, Bonita, and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la isla bonita.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you bonita, bonita and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la isla bonita.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you Bonita, Bonita, and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la Isla Bonita.
Yo soy la laguna.
From the embrace of the ocean rises a majestic volcanic island. Its face, sculpted by nature, reveals a harmony of untamed beauty and stillness. Its origins are fiery, but its heart beats warm. Its black sands tell ancient stories of fire and lava, each grain holding the mystery of creation, a reminder of the primordial force that gave birth to this singular landscape. Every table serves a feast of colors and flavors, inviting you to indulge in its essence, elevating the art of cooking to an expression of identity and pride. As the night falls, the sky lights up with a celestial parade of stars that dance across the heavens like embers of hope and magic. It is then that the island reveals its true splendor, and spirits soar to the ethereal. Nature and humanity come together in perfect harmony, preserving the grace of a soul that is always beautiful, reflected in the eyes of those who visit and call it home. La Palma, always bonita.
They call you Bonita, Bonita and silent. Beautiful is your song, with salt lyrics in honeyed verses. Beautiful is your cry, with hints of lime. You nurture me, you lull me, you tempt me, you thrill me, you calm me, you give me wings, you make me feel alive. Beautiful is your blushed reflection in my eyes, majestic the eyes of your infinite skies, because you mediate battles between lights and roots, and you soothe rage with colors and shades. Beautiful when you roar, when you light up. You are beautiful because you are born again, because you rise. You are bonita, and so are your people, because they look after you, because they love you, because they look after each other, because they love each other. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Bonita, for 1,000 reasons. Bonita, always. La Palma, la isla bonita.
I believe everyone is going to enter, but they are joining us. Okay. Well, first of all, it's an honor to be here and to have the opportunity to share this panel with all of you. Welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's session on marketing and tourism intelligence. Our esteemed panelists bring a wealth of experience to the table, focusing on the intersection of data, marketing, and the future of tourism. As we navigate an increasingly digital world, the role of data in shaping marketing strategies and enhancing tourism experiences has never been more critical. The evolving landscape of tourism requires a holistic approach to growth and sustainability. Key elements such as effective destination promotion, robust data ecosystems, and innovative marketing strategies are essential. Leveraging collaborations between public and private sectors and integrating advanced technologies like artificial intelligence can significantly enhance the sector's resilience and adaptability. By focusing on these areas, we aim to create more personalized and enriching experiences for travelers while empowering businesses with data-driven insights. In this session, we will explore these critical themes and discuss how we can shape the future of tourism through cutting-edge marketing and tourism intelligence. Well, we're proud to have Antonio Sanchez. Antonio isn't just a data analyst for Visit Benidorm's Smart Destination project. He's a translator, transforming raw data into actionable strategies to enhance the tourist experience in Benidorm. He's also leveraging data to create more engaging content for Visit Benidorm's social media channels, proving that data can be used to tell powerful stories. Joining us from Florida Atlantic University is Anil Billingham. Professor Billingham's research interests are a perfect fit for today's discussion. He's an expert on using artificial intelligence in decision-making and the application of online strategies in the tourism industry. His work also touches on crucial aspects of customer experience in the digital age. On the website, we've got Dr. Ulrike Gretzel. Hello. She brings a global perspective to the discussion. A senior fellow at the Center of Public Relations at the University of Southern California and director of research at Netrographica. Dr. Gressel has over 20 years of experience studying the impact of emerging technologies on tourism. Her work expands social media and mobile applications all the way to the metaverse, ensuring we consider the future landscape of marketing in tourism. And last but not least, Irene Garcia. Hello. Irene is the head of business and CDO of Maudi, Mapfre Worldwide at Digital Assistance. Her extensive experience leading in insurance and assistance brings a unique perspective to discussion. Understanding customer needs and developing data-driven strategies are hallmarks of Irene's career, making her a valuable contributor to our conversation on marketing intelligence in tourism. I know we are all eager to hear from these remarkable individuals. So without further ado, let's dive into our discussion of innovative marketing on tourism intelligence. We will start with Antonio Sanchez from Visit Benidorm. So, Antonio? Yes. Antonio Sanchez is a key figure in Visit... ¿Puedes viendo si quieres? Ah, no, pero aquí está. He's a key figure in Visit Benidorm's Smart Destination project, and we'll explore how data analytics is transforming the tourism experiences. He focuses in the innovative strategies being used to analyze large volumes of data. Ah, okay. Oh, yes. Yeah, yes. Okay. Yes. We'll start with Ulrike, that she's 7:30 a.m., I believe. No, Ulrike? And it's time to have breakfast, so we'll let you... Okay. Dr. Ulrike from University of Southern California, as I said before, will bring a global perspective to our discussion. Dr. Ulrike Bretzel will present on the value of deep data in tourism marketing, her extensive research into the impact of emerging technologies from social media to the metaverse. Will offer a forward-looking view on how these tools can be harnessed to drive marketing strategies. Ulrike's global perspective and her analysis of technological advances will provide valuable insights into the future of tourism marketing. The floor is yours, Ulrike.
Thank you so much. So I have a very short presentation because I'm hoping that we will have some time for discussion, but I would like to throw out some things that I have been thinking about a lot. And so I will hopefully be able to move the slides for you, but all right. So you should be seeing a slide on data overload, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
great. So smart tourism has really allowed us to collect a lot of data. We've made a lot of progress in the tourism area in terms of what kind of data we have available. But unfortunately, I think it also has kind of like made us fall into this mantra of getting more and more data. And I would like us to stop and really ask ourselves, is more really better? Because there is this danger of data overload, and we really need to carefully think about the gains we might achieve from more data. So this is not necessarily a given. So one of the issues I have with smart tourism is that we do not have a good data valuation framework. We seem to kind of fall into this first framework a lot, the 3 V's framework, where we basically say, well, as long as the data set is large and we get it fast, and there's a lot of diverse data points, then this is good, right? This is valuable data. But I would like to kind of encourage you to think about maybe some alternatives. What if we actually think about data from an information value perspective? Then it means that data sets are more valuable if they're more accurate, if they're relevant to our marketing strategies, for example, and if they're timely, right? You see a shift here in the emphasis. Or we could adopt an infonomics framework where we say, well, we actually want data that generates more revenue, that reduces costs, and actually improves our decision making. And I think we will hear about that from the Visit Benidorm presentation as well. So we need to think about how do we actually value data, right? And many organizations in tourism do not really have a sound framework. And very often we think of data as assets, maybe not even. I mean, this is already, you know, in smart tourism, I should say, we think of data as assets. But we also need to think of data as cost. We need to think of data as risk, and we need to think of data as responsibility. So it needs to be a comprehensive view of the value of data. And currently, that's not necessarily always the case. So one of the issues is that we also have a lack of data governance, and we might have some management policies of data within organizations, but especially at the destination level, and inter-organizational data sharing usually lacks data governance principles. And so what do we mean by data governance? So it's about managing the availability, the usability, the integrity, and the security of data. But it's also about providing consistent, trustworthy, and high-quality data. So again, it's not just about the quantity of the data. And in this context, there's more and more discussion also about data lineage and accountability. So how can we capture not only where the data came from, but also maybe what manipulation a data point might have gone through? And I think especially in the age of AI, that is something that we should be thinking about. In terms of data governance, we also should be thinking about human-centered models of digitalization. So we really have thought about technology mostly as a tool, right? We do a lot of things to please the technology. Right now, we're thinking about how we can improve AI as a tool. But what kind of falls to the sidelines very often is really thinking about how can we actually create technology that focuses on empathy, that empowers us, that is ethical, and where we can actually achieve something beyond ROI, beyond return on investment. So this notion of public interest technology, so socially responsible solutions, is something that I would like to throw out here as maybe something we can discuss. And in this context, I'm not sure if you've heard Lanier at Microsoft talk about data dignity. So we need, especially in the context of AI, we need transparent, consensual data exchanges instead of surveillance capitalism. So what does that mean? We actually need greater control over data ownership. Right now, we don't know what data AI is using as training data. They might be using your image database, right, as a tourism bureau. We need better training data and more high-quality models. We need more transparency again and moving away from this black box AI kind of approach. We need data protection. We need to think about retention policies and maybe only acquiring necessary data. And instead of kind of giving up and letting AI take over, I think we need to think about AI and us as kind of like the social collaboration space. And if we refocus our attention, I think that will help us. So very often we have a lot of data, but we're data rich and insight poor. And so my final point here is about how can we actually get insights from the data. In big data analytics, very often it seems to be this notion, let the data speak for themselves. But that's not happening, right? So we still have to interpret the data, but we are not explicitly theorizing. And so I think this is dangerous. And what I'm proposing here today is that we need to actually think about deep data. And so deep data is well-crafted, meaningful, revealing, perhaps representative. That's not necessarily the case, but extraordinarily well said or well presented digital traces collected for a well-defined purpose. So this notion that everything with data is also something that we need to challenge. These are digital traces. They only become data when we collect them for a purpose. And deep data is relevant and actionable, right? We need those actionable insights for our marketing strategies. And we also need to keep that centrality of the human experience and sensibility in this process. And in this context, then AI becomes something that we don't just outsource our data analysis to. AI can process a lot of data, right? But from a deep data perspective, AI is about helping us, the social collaboration notion, helping us identify the rich data sites that are out there, helping us maybe have a different point of access to the data, a more conversational interrogation of the data, and it's also helping us represent the data. So I think there's a lot of potential in this space, but there's also a lot that we need to discuss. So those are my thoughts for you today. Thank you very much.
Wow, Ulrike, it's really amazing, your work. Very interesting concepts like deep data and data dignity. It's really interesting. So we shall move on, and we'll start with Antonio Sanchez from Visit Benidorm. Okay. Antonio, as a key figure of Visit Benidorm Smart Destination Project, will explore how data analytics is transforming the tourism experiences. He focuses on the innovative strategies being used to analyze large volumes of data to enhance tourist engagements and satisfaction. Antonio's expertise in leveraging data for social media content creation will also highlight the power of storytelling throughout data. The floor is yours.
No, luego, ¿no?
Sí, déjame un momentito para...
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. It's a strange time, but thank you for being here. Thank you, Jorge, also for your presentation. As Jorge said, I'm coming from Benidorm. It's such an honor for being here representing Visit Benidorm today. Well, I think many of you already know Benidorm, but I'm here just to explain. We are here today to talk about tourism intelligence marketing. So I'm going to show you how a destination as Benidorm we are implementing in the daily in our offices. And just to start, as we say, we are going to talk about tourism intelligence and marketing. What two topics are more important for a destination in order to improve to success? And for a destination is really important. So I'm going to show you what we are doing. But before I start, it works. Okay, perfect. So before I start to getting deep in the presentation, what we are doing, it's important to understand where we are coming from. Many of you already have this image of Benidorm, this skyline, this vertical urban city, but we have to understand where we are coming from. If we move to the past, to the 50s, this small village, 2,000 inhabitants, fishing village, there were no tourism on that time, so the main industry was the fishing, the tuna fishing. But it's important to understand that the people that worked on that time on the sea, they were not just fishermen, they were marine merchants, so they travel abroad, they visit new countries, America, Asia, Africa, so they bring all these ideas, the culture, new things to the people of the Benidorm, and then we are talking about tourist intelligence. It's a modern topic, marketing we are using nowadays, thanks especially to technologies. But on that time, we can say in Benidorm we were improving this kind of things, tourist intelligence. And now we should move to nowadays, 2024, this urban vertical model of city, one of the most sustainable models of cities. And I'm going to show you what we are doing. And the best way is with the numbers, watching numbers. Data is very important. So as you can see here, numbers from the last year, 2023, more than 50 million overnight stays. That means we are the third destination in the Iberian Peninsula, only behind Madrid and Barcelona. But this is very important. We are competing with such as big European capitals as Madrid and Barcelona, but we are still a small village, a small town, 70,000 inhabitants, but it's true that we have a floating population from 150 to 400,000 people during the year. This is very important. We are a sun and beach destination, but we have an average of occupancy of 80%. So this is very important too. And more than 2 million, almost 3 million visitors during 2023. So you can see huge numbers for a small destination. So you could imagine how hard it is to manage these big numbers, a lot of visitors during the year. So what we're doing, as I told you, from the past, we start to implement this tourist intelligence, but the real change, the inflex point was on 2018, when we became, okay, thank you for that. We was certified as the first smart tourist destination in the world, thanks following the methodology of Segitur, the Spanish Minister of Tourism. So as every certification, you should follow different guidelines. In this case, we have 5. Governance, innovation, technology, sustainability, and accessibility. You have to reach an average of 80% or more in all of them in order to get this certification. Benidorm was the pilot project in this case. As recognized tourist destination, they decided to make it in Benidorm. So we get this certification that was a real change in Benidorm. We are talking today about tourist intelligence, and one of the more related pillar in this case is innovation. In Benidorm, we always try to innovate, and in this case, we decide this, so for innovation, we create the smart office in Benidorm in order to innovate. We call it the brain of Benidorm. All the data, all the information collected from the city, from our visitors, from the city hall, from the water management, all the information comes here. So this helps us to improve, to success, to take decisions. So in this office, we can get knowledge, we can implement ideas on the city, we can search for fundraising to budgets to help the city. But which is more important, as I said, we implement tourist intelligence. This is where we implement this tourist intelligence. And this is very important, how we are doing in a destination, how we implement tourist intelligence. The best way to see it is with this graphic, this pyramid. It's very easy. We are always talking about big data. This is important, this huge amount of data, a lot of the information from the city, from the visitors. This is a huge quantity of data, but it's not useful if we don't transform it in quality data. How we make decisions if we don't transform this information. So from big data, we have to change this quantity data into quality data. We get information, we get knowledge, and then thanks to this knowledge, we can implement it in the making decision process. We can have decisions, strategic decisions, marketing decisions, promotional decisions. So this is the best way to represent what we are doing here. Of course, there are tons and tons of data, many tools. These are some examples of what we are using. From internal data, as Jorge said, I'm in charge also on the marketing area, social media. We have a lot of information on the social networks. So that's one internal data. We can get information from there, but also platforms such as Mabrian, we were seeing this morning at the example with the first session. Mabrian helps us to have more information about connectivity, flight connectivity, but also social listening. We can know what the people is talking about in Benidorm with these views, with the comments on the social media, also transparent from the short-term rental, so many of them. But it's important, we have a lot of information, but as I said, we have to change into quality data. So we have to make it easy for not only for us, we can be experts, we can know about data, but for us it's important to share this information with our private sector. So how we do it, we make this kind of reports, we transform this quantity data, this smart data into these visual reports, so make it easy for them. We can make strategic decisions with the information that we have, but they also can do it. So we make monthly and annually reports. In this case, we make one global for the destination, we make one for trends, and we make the last one for competitors analysis, because it's also important to understand what the competitors are also doing. So these kind of reports are very easy to understand, and the visualization is easy also for them. So what we learned during this process, after became the first smart tourist destination, we learned a lot of things, but of course we improve a lot in our tourist management and also in the promotion. We now can get better decisions, improved decisions, thanks to our knowledge. We can have better strategic decisions, as I said, promotional decisions. But of course, we can improve our competitiveness. There are a lot of new emerging destination markets that are growing and growing. Well, we have to use our knowledge as a mature destination like Benidorm. We have to improve all this data, all this tourist intelligence in order to take better decisions. And of course, we can, as we have more intelligence, we can know more about our visitors. We have to transform this information in order to improve the city, of course. So we can develop new products, we can develop new marketing strategies, we can develop new segments. So all this information, we have to transform it into decision, and also marketing diversification. It's important to be on the online, on social media, but you have to take care of what you are doing. And finally, this statement, all of you already hear, but this is very important. What you don't measure, you can manage. For us, it's really important. We are talking about tourist intelligence. So in order to improve, in order to success, in order to make your destinations better, it's important to transform this big quantity of data into useful data. So we always say, Benidorm will be the best destination if we are the best city for living. So be more accessible, be more inclusive, be more sustainable. This will be possible if we use the data and the tourist intelligence. So, yeah, that's very important. Yeah, thank you.
Antonio, Congratulations. This is the real use case of a destination, and it's with us. So thank you very much, Antonio. Okay, so we are having Anil Billingham of Florida Atlantic University. Professor Anil, I mean, my head exploded when I had to study your papers and your information. So I think it's a honor for us to have you here. He will explore the role of artificial intelligence and decision-making within the tourism sector. His insights into online marketing strategies and customer experiences will provide a comprehensive understanding of how AI can be used to optimize tourism operations. Anil, thank you.
Thank you, Jorge, for the introduction. And it's such a pleasure to be here back in Tenerife. Now I call here my second home. I came here in January for a Fulbright to study sustainable tourism and innovations, and I got to spend 4 months here and getting to know the people and getting to know the scholars in the community, and it was a truly enriching experience for me. So it's such a privilege, and I'm honored to be here among you. And the talk that I prepared for this presentation, I thought, like during the other people presenting, it is kind of oxymoron in a way that talking about tourism intelligence, marketing, and increasing more people to come into destinations and increase the revenues, whereas we are also talking about the sustainability of the destinations, right? And I know that all of your performances are being measured by the growth, and we are in this the system, and we just want the things to grow, and entire thing is built on that. So it is, at this point, we still can use the marketing, but just to make maybe more sensible decisions, more critical decisions, to maybe nudge people to make better decisions for the environment, for the communities, and for themselves as well. So it is, I try to use the AI to make this happen because it just gives vast information, and we can use maybe AI in a more sensible way to make tourism destinations more competitive while also being more sustainable. I think this. Okay. Oh. All right, so. If you look into the highlights, there is a now rapid pace of AI adoption. All companies are now using APIs to just investigate and just explore what they can do. As Dr. Gretzel mentioned, companies have massive data, and people had been talking about big data, but they did not know exactly what to do with that. Now they're using those various APIs, from the weather information to the flight cancellations to the ocean temperatures, all various things to find patterns. And this is becoming, by the use of AI, more practical. And there are many innovations. I'm sure that if you look into now new companies that are opening up within the domain of AI, it is of thousands, and they're all trying to invent things, but they're all trying to make us more productive, make us more efficient, and make us to utilize the data to make better decisions. And there is a massive market opportunity for our industry, for tourism industry. One of the showcases is that if you look into how internet actually revolutionized the travel, AI is going to do the very similar impact in very, very soon. Like if you go to any travel website, the parameters are very similar now. You just put a destination, put the dates, maybe how many people are going, and that's it, right? Like there is not so many innovation. Now AI-based systems will get data from you, the places that you visited, the restaurants that you spent the most time. It knows your calendar. It's all connected, and the cost of search going to decrease significantly. And instead of just looking for a location, you can just type the things that you like. Let's say that I am a X age of person from this place, and I like hiking, and I also like to experimental food. So it will just find you the best ways to actually spend your vacation. And this could be made in sustainable ways by considering the food carbon print, where you'll be traveling to. And the newer systems now will be also create the itineraries for you so that the tourists don't need to actually search for things to do, right? If you look into the traffic of Google, it had been dropping significantly over the past few months, right? Because people are using the generative AI to questions that they had instead of going to the Google search box. This is why also Google is trying to push their Gemini so fast, even with the errors that they had, because they don't want to drop their market share. But I think the future of travel is going to be very AI-based. It is going to be an assistant for us to make better decisions for our travels. And as a marketer, we can use these also for personalized marketing, right? Like, obviously, all of us do segmentation, and we have like our frameworks how to create segments. The CVBs that I work for instance, we have like very specific segments, and we will show the ads like at different places based on the weather conditions and all. But this is all going to be very automated, very easy, and it's going to be a lot more accurate, right? It is the confidence intervals are going to change because you will be making the decisions with huge amounts of data, and it will be also data that will nudge people to make, again, better decisions. And we can go into the next ones. And obviously, most of you are aware of the chatbots and virtual assistants, and these are also going to be there to stay. And these are going to be also more seamlessly connected with the property management systems. Like once people check in, they could opt in for these tools, and they can order anything that they want in the guest room, and the robots and so on and so forth will bring these things that you ordered, or you can just ask for recommendations, and all these are all happening very, very quickly. And AI is also using predictive analytics to forecasting the travel trends, like very unconventional trends as well that you just see, because the world is very chaotic now. The trends that you just, as you mentioned earlier, like the crises are not predictable. So AI actually can let you know, okay, these are the things will likely to happen within this confidence level. So it does looks into like various levels of data. And on the next slide that I will mention, it's this, yeah. They can use this for to make, again, better predictive. And content creation with AI is also becoming more commonplace. It is not as good as the creative people want it to be, but it is getting there. Next one, please. And we'll see like the recommendations, the booking, the forecasting, and flying improvements. I'm not sure whether you've seen, IBM Travel is now investing so much. They purchased the weather, right? And they're looking into improving the flights. Most of the AI with the digital twins are actually being utilized behind the doors to make the flights more efficient. They will just try to avoid the cancellations, try to reduce the food carbon print of the flights, looking into the winds and all that stuff. And it is just going to be more and more relevant with the AI. Actually, it is the biggest use case of AI in travel currently is based on the aviation. And it's the stuff that we don't see, maybe we don't talk about, but it is very, it is making the flights more sustainable. Again, people won't stop traveling, but at least the flights can be more efficient and more green, utilizing some of the technologies. And consumer insights, again, like you mentioned that you purchase data from various places, and the AI will be able to just make the consumer insights even more accurate, like to the point, saying that, well, you were segmenting these people, but there is an entirely untapped segment right over in this area. So it will be creating various segments that maybe you were not aware of before. And the trend analysis, emerging trends and patterns in tourism, and you can also measure the performance to seeing like the A/B type of testing with AI, which actually investments are having better return on investments, whereas which are lagging behind. And next one, please. And sustainable marketing. So this is the part that like we can just talk again all day, all evening here. And it is important to find ways to make this a better place for our communities. And it is, while I was living here, that there were the protests, and it just made me think about like all the time about people who are just being placed out of their homes, and I felt that I was also part of the guilt there because I was living in a short-term rental, right? And this is happening in everywhere. This is happening in my hometown in Miami. Now the locals are just, every place converted to a short-term, and this is in a social way, it is not sustainable. Like we cannot just have the people can have the housing crisis, and we have to look for the suggestion earlier that there were discussions about regulations, but what type of regulations that has to be discussed, and also sustainability regarding the data as well. AI is going to create, like it's going to even divide this productivity gap even bigger. Productive people will be even more productive. Productive nations will be more productive and richer, and the others will actually lag behind. And this gap is going to increase only in we have to think about this, and we have to maybe find incentives to train our workforce by learning these tools, because if they don't learn, like they are going to be lagging behind by people who will learn how to use these tools more productively. So this is, I believe, also the part of the social sustainability once it comes to the technologies. And we all also aware of like greenwashing and all that stuff. We have to also find ways to really showcase in a societal marketing lens that how we can make better marketing, better, like if we are selling products, and what are the things that we are paying back to the society. And we can use also smart technologies to find, again, trends, to find ways to improve those things. And the long-term perspective is the important. If we focus too much on the short-term gains, we obviously will miss the big picture. Right? And I think it is important once we are utilizing these technologies to think about also the big picture. I'm sure that you've seen like White House, they created a sustainable AI adoption like strategies for the companies, but a lot of companies are just like trying to find loopholes to go further and further, doubling down on these things without thinking about the long-term consequences. And there are some case studies that how CSR incentives in tourism are becoming more successful. And I won't talk about it. I think I will be running out of time, so we can get into the next one. But this is also, I cannot see the figure, but it is related to the Hilton's travel with purpose and taking care of the local communities and understand building partnerships. Like these are very simple things, but in your products, if they're coming from the local artisans and so on and so forth, these are small things, but it makes big difference in the communities. Like in the hotels, in the gift shops, selling the products that are made by the artisanal people within your community will find obviously jobs for these people, and keeping these communities active is an important part of the sustainable marketing. And we have to think of maybe more creative ways to make these things happen. And the stay, like the light stays, we have to also somehow educate the travelers to be more considerate in the environments that they are visiting. Some tourists are behaving very carelessly, and it is even increasing the social tensions with the locals. So we have to, as marketers, this is a part of also like social marketing, to make people travel in a more considerable fashion. So maybe longer stays, maybe destinations that are not tapped as being discussed before. And actually AI is helping with those, like finding underutilized destinations so that they can just find also the hours that places are extremely busy and putting caps. And meanwhile, they can divert people on the app instead of going to this museum and see the statue of David. Now, instead, you can do this. And having this real time with the smart cities and Internet of the Things, it is becoming more available. And there's so many opportunities. I know that our cities are being overcrowded, but there is also a way of we can manage this with utilizing the technologies, right? We can push people to use the smart bikes. We can just keep the data and seeing like where they're using this. And we can also nudge people, like with making them to download these apps, like tracking what they had been doing and pushing them into places that are actually worthwhile visiting, whereas the demand is not very high at certain hours. So there are various technologies can actually make this happen in a more sustainable way. And like, there are the economic benefits of utilizing this sustainable practices, and obviously there is the environmental protection part, and it will enhance the reputation of your destinations, of your hotels as well. Now there is a huge actually opportunity gap for the hoteliers, since there is so much tension between the locals and the short-term rentals. You can embrace this in your marketing campaign, saying that, well, this is actually a hotel, like the real people work here, we are supporting the communities, and this is a better way of traveling, or it is just to also provide some amenities, why people were choosing B&Bs for various reasons, and you can utilize in the hotels as well and market from that sustainable part of the traveling. And next one, please. And the integration of technology, like all the technologies that we talked about, Internet of Things, big data, AI, this could be all merged to actually make our cities more sustainable, our communities to maybe flourish, and it is like the reducing the impact of the environmental impact of the tourism as well. Next one, please. And I did not know that I put so many, like I'm running out of time. You can go over. We can just go into maybe the future directions like that, yeah, closing marks. And the technologies are here to stay, and the Pandora's box is open. We cannot put these things back. We have to embrace it. And once we are embracing it, I think it is better to be more considerate. And we have to look into also, we have to innovate. We have to find ways about social innovation as well, human-centric innovation, not only the ITs for the sake of the ITs, but how this can make places better and companies better. And commitment to sustainability and implementing some things in the destinations. I'm sure that it will have positive impact. I'm sure if we train also hoteliers, DMOs to utilize some sustainable practices coupled with the ITs, they're going to increase their revenues, whereas also the impact is going to be softened. So these are my takeaways, and this is what I have been thinking about these issues over the few months. And some of these are like based on the studies that I've conducted, but did not have time to put all together, like with the citations and such. But thanks for listening.
I told you there was lots of things to learn from you. So thank you, Anil. I think we have to talk more. The people that know about me know that we have to talk. So let's move on. And finally, we have Irene Garcia. She's from MODI, MAFRE, Worldwide Digital Assistance. Irene Garcia will discuss the integration of data-driven strategies in the insurance and assistance sectors. Her presentation will cover how understanding customer needs and leveraging data can enhance service delivery and customer satisfaction. Irene will also touch on the unique challenges and opportunities that arise from applying marketing intelligence in a traditionally non-tourism sector, offering a fresh perspective on the discussion. Thank you, Irene.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Paul, for inviting me to this spectacular place like Tenerife as well, which is an incentive even greater to come. ¿Sí? A ver. Disparo aquí, ¿no? Vale. Okay. So, yeah, I'm from the travel insurance industry. I feel a bit like I'm crashing the party because I'm not from the tourist sector as such, but I hope that with the presentation I can tell you, I can kind of communicate that we obviously have a lot of synergies between travel insurance and the tourism sectors. I mean, I've been listening to all the presentations this morning and all the challenges we're facing as well. I was here in the European Commission talking about inflation, crisis with expert on crisis, returning people to their hometown when they're traveling abroad, and loads of challenges that you have are the same challenges that we have. So therefore, I think that's why I put the title here, The Key to Transforming. I think that we need to transform because we need to adapt to the new reality and to the new challenges that we're all experiencing. So it's important to develop new ideas and new business models because aside from the challenges we already mentioned, the traveler is also changing. The demands from the traveler are different. They want to travel to different places, they're more demanding, they want things more quickly, they want to resolve issues faster, they want information now or yesterday it could be. So the needs of the traveler are changing and also obviously we need to add more economic and social value, which is one of the important strategies, missions of MAFRE as well. But before I go into travel insurance, I want to tell you a little bit about MAFRE. For those that don't know, MAFRE is one of the top insurance in Spain. We're also in Latin America. We're the number one multinational insurance in Latin. We got business in the USA. We're the top 10 insurer in Europe by premium value, and we got also a reinsurance arm based in many countries. So MAFRE is a very large insurance company. Part of MAFRE is Fundación MAFRE as well, which is a non-profit institution that MAFRE created in 1975. The mission of Fundación MAFRE is to contribute to improve the quality of life of people and society through different activities in more than 30 countries. And Fundación MAFRE is currently impacting on 11 of the SDGs of the Sustainable Development Goals. And following Tom's question this morning about number 8, I can tell you that what Fundación MAFRE is doing in that respect is promoting activities to be more inclusive on the workforce for people with disabilities, so in social exclusions. So they're doing a great work, and the reason why I bring it here today is because Fundación MAFRE has actually got a building in the village in La Laguna, so we'll probably see it this afternoon as well in the tour. And finally, MAUDI. So MAUDI is part of MAFRE Group. We are the assistance arm of MAFRE. We used to be called MAFRE Assistance, but I was discussing with Jorge this afternoon. We rebranded to MAUDI last year just for the sake of, we had a long journey of transformation and digitalization, and we wanted a name that really had those values in it. So MAUDI is short for MAFRE Worldwide Digital Assistance, and we are present in 23 countries. We provide more than 4 million assistants. We distribute our solutions through more than 3,000 distributors, and well, you can see the numbers there that we got more than 50 million people benefiting from the solutions that we sell. We provide from roadside assistance, home assistance, health assistance, and obviously travel assistance. So I put in here as well some of the partners that we provide assistance through. So obviously MAFRE, in Spain we sell travel insurance through Mafre, but we are the ones that provide all the support when the traveler is traveling abroad. But we provide travel insurance through banks, through insurers, through travel agencies. We've got a hospital in Uruguay. We've got businesses in Ireland with Blue Insurance or Chill. So we are a white label, so you will not find a Maudi travel insurance, but all the insurance that these of our partners sell with their main core products are underwritten by us. So what do? We basically, we got the same objective as yourself. We want people to travel, but we want people to travel with the peace of mind that if something goes wrong when they're traveling, we're gonna be there for them. So we need to make sure that we accompany the traveler in that journey. And we need to adapt to this new demanding that we're seeing. That the way that we're doing this is through two main levers. One is data, obviously, and the other one is digitalization. So through data, because of all the numbers that I showed you before, we have a lot of interactions with providers, with customers, with providers, with partners. So all these data help us to make more informed decisions about what's happening with the travelers when they're traveling. And also the digital tools, we're basically listening to the customer, and they want to do things in a different way. They don't want to use the phone anymore. They want to talk to us through WhatsApp. Or they want to not bother about calling you for getting a reimbursement. They just rather do it through an app. So we need to be there and develop these tools for them, and not also for the traveler, but also for the partner that is selling that travel insurance to the partner. So when it comes to data, we basically collect all that data internally in the headquarters from all those countries and all those travel insurance that we're selling through all those partners. And we just collect it, and I think that Ulrich has used the term of deep data. I think I can say that the data that we have internally and we distribute through our employees is being clean and it's got data governance in it, and we derive decisions from that. But also externally, we provide data to our partners about their customers, because this is the partners are selling travel insurance to their customers, and so what we do for them is we provide what sort of information the customers are doing, what information we have about them, and share that with the partners externally. Some of the data-driven decisions that we've made is obviously to personalize the offer. It's not the same when a traveler travels to Europe, where the health cost is a lot cheaper than if you travel to America. So the cost of your insurance is going to be different. It's not the same if you're an 18-year-old or a 70-year-old, because you may have pre-existing medical conditions that we need to cover. Or if you're a British student going to Mallorca, that's a high risk, as we all know. So they need to be, so through that data we learn the type of, to evaluate the risk, but we also listen to the customer and try to offer them all the channels that they want to talk to us through, and we are able to sophisticate the pricing of the insurance. But when it comes to the service as well, we also try to improve the service through the data that we're getting. We're constantly looking at service levels, how long is the customer waiting for a call back from us when they have an issue when they're traveling. We've implemented, for example, telemedicine. So if you're in a remote country where they don't speak your language and you have a stomach upset, maybe you can just have a telemedicine call with a doctor that speaks your language initially. Obviously, no, we cannot resolve all the issues with a video call, but most of them can be resolved. So, and the data that we get there will tell us how many of these calls can be resolved and how many of these calls are saving the customer or the traveler some further trouble, just trying to find doctors or hospitals. When it comes to digital solutions, we basically develop sales tools that we provide to our partners. So if a travel agency wants to sell travel insurance with the package, then we provide a portal for them where they can do that. We have APIs that can connect to any digital customer journey of any bank or any other insurance that want to add our product or our solution in there. We got quote engines, so a lot of digital tools that allow us to sell and allow those partners to sell our solutions. But also on the back office, when it comes to reporting that claim, we have developed PWAs, which is an easy way to kind of report a claim again, if it's something like I want to claim the receipt for my lost luggage or I want to claim the reimbursement of this medical cost, I can do that through a PWA. If it's something more serious, obviously you need to call us. But also what we've done as well, if we have the online prescription, so there'll be some remote places where if you need to get an antibiotic, you need to go to the hospital. But if the case is clear, we're able to issue an online prescription to that remote place and they can go straight to the chemist, so avoiding that hassle of having to go to hospital. So we're making kind of their life a little bit easier when they are in remote places. Obviously, in Spain, it's a lot easier to do that. But we're thinking about travelers that are probably in remote places. We also are integrating third-party collaborators, like, for example, Blim Parametrics, which we recently integrated in our business in Ireland. Blim Parametrics is a delay flight cover, so if you purchase an insurance from us, you get this delay in Ireland, you get this delay cover, and before when you purchase an insurance in Ireland, you will only have to tell us if you're traveling to Europe or anywhere in the world except USA, or if you're traveling anywhere in the world, including USA. What we do now with Blim Parametrics is that if you register your flight, so where you are going and your flight time, and you're at the airport, what we do is if your flight is delayed more than 3 hours, then you get access to the VIP lounge, or you get a reimbursement for the hassle of having to wait for that flight. But what that's given us is that now we know where our customers are going. We know where the traveler is going. Before, we didn't know. So from this insight, we've actually learned that Irish people like Lanzarote very much, which we didn't know. We just knew that they were going to Europe, but we didn't know exactly in Europe. That can help us to obviously, it's quite insightful data that can help us to derive marketing messages and things like that. Ridgeline is another company that give us real-time information about places where there is an event or there is an earthquake or things like that. We use this a lot with COVID, what were the restrictions in each country. So we integrate with partners that we think add value to both us and the travelers, and something that is not our core business, but will give us insightful information to also improve the service. Some of the AI, we obviously have, Mapfre's got an innovation department and data departments that are, I think that we're looking at over 200 cases. We've implemented about 90 case studies in the whole of Mapfre. I mean, there's a lot of talk about artificial intelligence, and I think that from us there's two areas that is important for us. One is to improve the customer experience, but the other one is to improve the service or to make more efficiency some of the back office. For example, image recognitions will help us identify quickly a receipt, so we don't need to have somebody reading the receipt and putting down the reimbursement. Artificial intelligence can do that for you now. So we're using that where we feel is valuable, but one of the things that I want to remember is that artificial intelligence is only as good as the information that you're able to provide it, because if your information, and I think it's been discussed widely in this table already, is not good, then there's nothing you can do with artificial intelligence, because it'll be deriving wrong messages. And also, I think somebody else has mentioned that as well, not everything must be solved with artificial intelligence. I think that we're going into a hype now that everything needs to be solved with artificial intelligence. Pivot tables in Excel still work for small volumes of data. So I think that we need to be careful with what we do, but obviously where we see the business case or the case study, we are utilizing it. So when it comes to tourist intelligence, what I wanted to communicate today is that we need to adapt. I think that adaptation is done through transformation, and transformation, we can only do it through information, and the information we just get through data. So I think that I agree with my colleagues on the table. So obviously your data must be good. It's not just large amounts of data. It has to be meaningful data, but it's only the data that can give you the insightful or the insights that you need to transform and to adapt to the new reality. And listening to the customer, I think, is quite important. So I'm just going to leave you with a little video. It's less than a minute long, of how we see transformation in Maudi. An issue. Nope. Nope. Let's see. A ver. Debería.
commercial.
No, it wasn't a commercial. But anyway, it was just a video about transformation. So, no great lots. Well, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Irene. It was really impressive. Well, we are rushing out of time. I would like to share my vision. My vision is that the sector must be customer-centric, but the players, the public or the private, and mainly businesses, must be data-centric completely. And wrapping up on a kind of assault, okay, I would like to share your vision and your thoughts in the data-centric sector. To be, I mean, if tourism is a data-centric sector, how it should be. Okay, so maybe Antonio, or maybe Ulrike, can we? Yes. No lo sé. Oh, she's there. Did you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
So a vision for a data-centric tourism industry.
Yes. 2 minutes for your vision and to share with us your vision about if tourism is a data-centric sector.
Yes. So I think that one of the issues I'm hoping to leave you with is that we need to be able to ask the right questions, right? Just having the data is not enough. And it sounds like Benidorm as well as Mafra is having that kinds of sensitivity of the kinds of questions they need to ask, right? And our artificial intelligence is not going to do that. I think that's where the innovation is coming from. It doesn't have the empathy. It's a large language learning model. It doesn't know what it means to be stuck at an airport, right? It doesn't know what it means to lie on a crowded beach. And this is where I think as a tourism industry, we are a people industry, right? We are a service industry. And so being able to combine that, asking the right questions, coming from that human sensibility and responsibility, but being able to dip into the data, and here AI can help us, right? It can help us collect the data, it can help us interrogate the data, but then also, I think, like we heard, sometimes we don't need to do that, right? We shouldn't completely rely on that. So for me, a data-centric tourism industry is still also a human-centric, or needs to be a human-centric tourism industry.
Nice. Thank you very much, Ulrike. So, Antonio, maybe you?
Yes, that's true what Ulrike said. Human-centric is really important, but especially when I was showing our methodology for being a smart destination, I think one of the most important pillars is governance. Share the data, it's really important for us. As a DMO, we are the responsibles of share this data that we have, this huge quantity of data. So for us, as I said, governance is really important. And talking about especially taking decisions, okay? We can take strategic decisions, what marketing campaigns we are going to do, what promotional things, what promotion in different markets we are going to do. But if the private sector doesn't have this kind of information, if only we have that kind of information, the destination will not success. So, yeah, data-centric is important, human-centric is important, but also sharing the data, it's really fundamental for us.
Perfect, Antonio. So, Anil, short, 2 minutes, 1 minute.
I agree. I'm married at two things. It has to be, we operate with data to make better decisions, but we are also a human-centric industry. So both of them are important pillars of this industry to succeed. You cannot take it one apart from the other.
Okay, nice. Thank you very much. And Irene, closing?
Yeah, I completely agree with my colleagues. I think that data helps you to take informed decisions in some cases, but at the end of the day, as I was saying before, you probably still need, there's cases where you still need to talk to a human or understand the human side of the experience that is happening. But sometimes also what happens is that the data shows you that your decision was wrong. So I think this is still, both worlds have to live together and find insights from, as we discussed here, meaningful data, to be sure that what you're deriving from that data is from data that is correct or is being corrected, captured. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll take away right questions, sharing smart data, governance, decision-making, informed decisions, and human-centric industry. Please take a big clap for these individuals. Thank you very much. A question? Okay. There's a question. There's a question. Hay una pregunta.
Ah, hay una pregunta.
The one and only.
Hello, guys. Thank you. It was super interesting. For us, that we are in the middle of the digital transformation inside the government in Port Authority, we need an advice because it's hard working that you, Antonio and Irene, you're doing in your companies, in your governances. If you can give us advice for the motivation, because I saw the project like finally, and I say, oh my God, I want to do this, but it's long path, I think.
When it comes to digitalizations, I'm a great believer in MVPs, minimum viable products. So, if you want to change the process and digitalize the process when it comes to facing the customer, just do not build a cathedral. Just build the little chairs, test it again, evolve, and try to fail fast and cheap. But I think that it's only experience that will really teach you whether what you're developing is going to work or not. Because you may be thinking that, I'm going to develop this technology and customers are going to love it, and then you put it into production and nobody likes it. So I think that testing in the meantime and just developing small things will be my advice.
Antonio, if you have something.
Well, I know it's a hard path, this wall of data. Well, for us, it's been a long path. As you say, from 2018, we became a smart destination. For us, was something new. You had to train, you had to be at date all the days. I recommend for you, if you are, I don't know if you are a small team, a big team, small one. So just share knowledge with your colleagues, training sessions, because you don't know what your colleagues know. So we are always sharing knowledge between us. I discovered this tool, I discovered this AI intelligence reports or something like that. So training, and training.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.